And Smith in particular will be looking to put that right here. Labuschagne's already got himself off the mark. He's 5 from 22. And Josh Tongue is bowling well here. This is a beautiful delivery to David Warner. It nipped back sharply. Ball before, remember, had gone over middle and leg. That's a very similar ball, but just a little bit fuller. And that's why when it beat Warner, it went on to hit the stumps. Just a slight adjustment that Tongue has made. Brilliant. Smith gets away, first ball, very full, and he punches it down the ground. Broad giving chase. .99 for 2. Brilliant from Josh Tongue. 2 exceptional deliveries. That's the first one that went over middle and leg. Just look at the adjustment that he makes. Half a yard fuller, and therefore the ball goes on to hit leg stump. That is brilliant bowling, and it needed a good one to beat Warner in the form he was in today.
Very good bowling. Has bowled a lot here at Lord's, has Josh Tongue. First time was his debut against Ireland, and Robinson is back into the attack. 5 overs so far today, no maidens. More importantly, hasn't made any inroads into that Australian batting lineup. Afternoon, Mark Taylor.
Afternoon, I want to do everyone watching, well, right around the world actually, here in England and back in Australia. Big couple of wickets just before lunch and now just after lunch for England. It's the first I've seen Josh Tongue bowl, and he's nothing wrong with him. He's quick enough. That last delivery was an absolute beauty. Now Smith started well. First ball for 3, punched it down the ground. He's eased that away for a couple. And we often see this with Steve Smith. He'll come out of the blocks looking to score because he knows that bowlers will be looking to hit him on the patch, looking to attack the stumps. And he'll get busy early on, and often I've seen him bat like this as Australia bring up the 100. That they'll start quickly, run a ball 10 or 15, and then he'll back it off. Looking busy already, Smith. Even there, he's used his feet, back down the fine leg for a single.
Definitely one of his strongest qualities. Warner very busy today. The likes of Joe Root likes to start his innings rotating the strike very well, but this is the wicket. This is an absolute beauty, nipping back, taking Warner's leg stump. Absolute joy, and another much needed wicket for England.
Yeah, and the beauty of that ball that picked up David Warner was A, the length, as Mike Atherton talked about, but just watch how late this ball swings. We talk about swing, and wrist position's very good, and it goes down the hill, but even there, it hasn't done a lot, but it goes really late, and that's what does Warner. And I was saying earlier, when I was talking to some earlier commentators, the idea is to, when someone's around the wicket, try and hit the ball to mid-off. Try and think about hitting the ball to mid-off. You see David Warner back there going more towards mid-on. It's done him by the in-swing. It's a terrific delivery. That's an edge. It's in the gap. It'll race away for 4. That's where Labuschagne's having a little bit of trouble lately. He's fishing for balls we haven't seen him fish for in Test match cricket.
Yeah, and it's swung again, Tubby. The away swinger we talked about, Stuart Broad, starting after lunch immediately. Watch this from Robinson's hand. Swing from the hand, up the slope. Shane flays at it.
Marnus Labuschagne. This is where he's having trouble. Like normally when Marnus Labuschagne's playing well, he's not going anywhere near that sort of delivery. I was even watching him in the nets a couple of days ago. He's working hard on it. He's getting a long way across, covering his stumps. But it's almost, I think, where he's ending up when the ball's coming down from the bowler. He almost feels like he has to play balls which are very wide of off stump. No run! That's what he wants to play, in tight. But that wider one swinging away, he's going after. 106 for 2. David Warner there, parting for 66. Good innings though, after having been sent in. Terrific delivery, as we said. That's the top of leg stump there Ben Stokes has in his hand. Might be a little souvenir for Josh Tongue. Well, it's as bright as it's been out in the middle at the moment. We've got a little bit of sunshine and the ball is definitely swinging more. That's an unusual leave. That's a Steve Smith leave, that.
Well, there are many unusual things that you would associate with Steve Smith's batting. If you remember, at Edgbaston, walked in a hat-trick ball. One of the more extraordinary leaves. You can add this to that.
Oh, we've got England's Joe Root playing, trying to ramp sweeps first ball of a day's play. And now we've got Steve Smith playing like that.
No run!
That's nicely bowled. That's where he wants to keep it, Josh Tongue. See how busy Smith is. He always, well, not always chatting to himself, but always moving, perpetual motion. Look at that, beautiful day.
Wait.
Well, again, just thinking about David Warner. It was an important innings for Warner, not just for him, but I think for this Australian cricket side. There's a lot of talk about what Australia would do after this Test match. They've only picked their team for the first 2 tests, and I'm sure his position would have been discussed. Now, I think we've all seen him play in the World Test Championship, and even at Edgbaston, he just looks better. He looked better again today, and he's made a 50. He's heaved that away. This is Smith getting busy early on.
This is an excellent shot. Picks up length really early, Steve Smith. Plays it with so much control and an element of confidence so early in his innings.
Work that away. You'll get at least 2 for that, and they'll look for 3, these two. They know each other's game very well. They don't normally get 3 up the hill here at Lord's, but they get there comfortably because they were both on it. They were both looking for it from the moment Steve Smith nudged it away on the onside.
Yeah, it's really good batting. Feature of the partnership between Warner and Khawaja earlier on. This partnership between Smith and Labuschagne, 17 off just 12 balls. Clear aggression, clear mind, clear plan.
Oh, once again he's fishing away. Labuschagne. 1-1-3 for 2.
Good, Josh. Good, mate. Good, mate.
Saw Brendan Julian up there earlier today. One of those corporate boxes. He's probably, would we say, had his nose in the chaff bag. That's where he hit, like a horse. He was up there. Some food and drink, enjoying life. Some of the Australian supporters there. There was at a function last night. There was 1,100 Aussie fans there at this function last night. Yeah, function that Ricky Ponting spoke at, and Phil Tufnell was at, Damien Fleming. They were all there. Said Merv Hughes' tour group was there, Jason Gillespie's tour group, Cricket Australia travel office, I think gets all the tickets. Said 1,100 people in the room at the Westminster Bridge there. I think it's at Park Royal or something like that. It's a huge function. Oh, Smith looks to drive again. And 10 balls he's faced, Smith. He's already 13.
Yeah, I don't think Robinson will mind that. Accessing the offside where the ball is still offering a little bit of swing, particularly when he's like looking to target the slope.
Chips that away on the onside, uses his feet, get 2 more. Looks very busy, doesn't he, Smith? It's great to watch Steve Smith. Look at the grip. He uses his feet and go, look at that bottom hand. It's so far around. That's why he's such a good onside player. But it always staggers me that he's not a bad off driver either. With that grip, you think he would struggle to hit the ball through the covers. But he's able to do it, I think, because he picks up length so quickly. No ball call. They check them all out these days. Robinson does tend to overstride a little bit.
Yes.
It's a good run again. Good cricket from the Australians there. Ollie Robinson's the sort of bowler that will trouble Steve Smith. That nagging line and length, a little bit of swing away, and what you can do as a batsman to do exactly what Steve Smith did there. A little bit of an inside edge, played it soft enough that he was able to get off strike. Keeping an eye on Ben Duckett here. He's been a leg slip for Marnus Labuschagne. I reckon you don't really need it for Marnus Labuschagne. I know that does get a long way across, but he's getting lovely shape away from the right hander is Ollie Robinson, and he's looking susceptible to me around off stump. He's now moved him to leg gully. Just there next to the umpire there. That's Ben Duckett in a catching position. Well, he fires it down the leg side, right where the leg slip was. That'll go for 4 byes. Tough on Johnny Bairstow. That went down the hill. It's 121 for 2, and Nasser Hussain has something for us.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. He's bowled 5 overs in this spell since lunch. I think he may be off now, looking at Stuart Broad marking his run, but Josh Tongue did get Steve Smith out in the county championship game at Worcester. A slightly questionable LBW. It looked a little bit high, but that was tongue against Smith. And he bowled him a similar delivery first up. And you said it was an unusual leave from Steve Smith. And it wasn't unusual because 4 years ago, after he'd come back on from concussion, he left a very similar delivery, maybe a 2 stumps straight up. He reviewed it, and there was no doubt at all about that LBW as opposed to the one in county cricket. So he's just got his line wrong there, batting at the pavilion end, and left a straight one. But tongue is off, broad is on.
Thank you, Nash. There's always good leaves and bad leaves, isn't there? That one of Steve Smith here 4 years ago, that's one of the worst you're going to see. As you rightfully pointed out, he was 92 at the time. He'd been off for concussion, and hit with a very quick delivery from Alex Tudor. Sorry, Jofra Archer's the name I'm trying to think of. A little bit of a quick one, and then he came back on and left that. Steve Smith, an unusual leave on that occasion also. Here's Broad. On he drives. There's that cover drive I talked about. It's not his natural shot, but gee, he plays it well, as he picks up length so quickly.
Through the offside now from Smith. Talking about that grip, how he plays through the offside, but this is beautiful. Full face of the bat, complete control.
And again, had to reach a little bit more on this occasion, but it's the same result. Back-to-back boundaries for Smith. Gee, looks on to me. Looks right on today.
.24 from just 15 deliveries. Strike rate of 160 in a test match. Little bit of width and fancies it, gets after it. Australia clearly want to take advantage of that really good start laid on by Warner and Khawaja.
Oh, how's he got him? He's reviewing this straight away, Stephen Smith. It's Broad, all behind the stumps, up as one. They've heard something, the Englishman. Smith straight away reviews.
Copy that, Chris. Given out initially. TV umpire to director. We have a plays review for caught behind. Original decision out. Check the front foot. It's a fair delivery. And start with spin vision front on. I need Ultra Edge to confirm that maneuver. Okay, roll it through. Okay, gap between bat and ball as it passes. Got a flat line on Ultra Edge. Back to Chris. Chris will have to be very good.
Well, it's an excellent review from Steve Smith. I've got to say, I'm a little bit with Stuart Broad. I'm a little bit miffed. There seemed to be some sort of noise, but there's absolute clear daylight between ball and bat, as in that split screen you saw as the ball was passing the bat. There was a good, well, half an inch gap between the bat and the ball. So I don't think he's hit it, but there certainly was some sort of noise. Now, I don't know what that was, and I think that's what Chris Gaffney heard. That's obviously what England heard. But Steve Smith knew straight away he didn't hit that ball.
No run!
Well, you're right, Mark. England were very, very confused There's a definite noise, and Smith immediately reviews it, and rightly so. Look at the gap between bat and ball when the ball passes the outside edge. There was a noise, certainly picked up on the stump mic.
Wait, wait, wait!
Stuart Broad, whenever he comes on in an Ashes Test match, the game always goes up a notch. It's sort of must-watch stuff, isn't it? First two balls, crack four, and then a wicket that gets reviewed. So in the space of 3 deliveries, you've got so much happening. It really is great Test cricket, great theatre. Steve Smith, who looks very good to me, and England will know he's the big wicket. Oh, and now an inside edge down to fine leg. Eventful over, no doubt about that. 9 from it, but almost a wicket for England. 130 for 2. Chris Wokes is out in the middle. Josh Tongue off the field, we believe, at the moment. I reckon he'd enjoy bowling here today, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, overlooked in the first 2 games. England playing the extra seamer, going in with 4 out-and-out quicks. Certainly in these conditions, Mark, I think he would be excellent, very accurate. And any contributions he makes, particularly at this ground, he is exceptional. There are the numbers. Best of 6 for 17 on both honours boards. Scored 100 as well. Excellent package.
Good tactics from Ben Stokes this up. He could sense too that Steve Smith's looking to attack here, so he's got Tongue out of the attack because he'll be a little bit more wayward to Smith. And he's got his 2 probably most accurate. Obviously Jimmy Anderson's up there as well, but he needs to keep the pressure on Steve Smith here. 25 off 21, he's already hit 3-4, so he's sort of got away. A little bit of Oz ball, I think that's what he's been doing. That's what we're going to call it, Smith ball. So.
Wait.
Ozball. Well, certainly different.
Well, I did think about it. Andrew McDonald, the coach of the Australian cricket, we can't call it Mac ball, can we? Like, we think we're talking about hamburgers or something like that. No, I think a bit of Ozball.
Brilliant. They've certainly been more aggressive today. They've been outstanding in very difficult batting conditions.
Oh, good line up the hill slightly there. But Smith feeling for that. Just trying to see if Steve Smith actually played at this one. Oh yeah, he was playing there. It went up the hill. Just a word from the England change room that Ollie Pope's right shoulder is being assessed. That's the problem area. We're going to hear in due course. We don't know exactly the extent of the damage. It didn't look good, I've got to say, when he walked off. It was almost a bit of resignation when he walked through the long room.
Not now.
For those of you who may just have turned on, he dived for a ball behind point. And sort of diving, and it actually hit his right arm. He was trying to stop it with his left, but his right came down and it's obviously jarred that right shoulder. Now, Just didn't like the way he walked off very quickly, straight away. And just when he got to the trainer inside the long room, it just didn't look good to me. Good over a maiden from Robinson. 130 for 2, and it's time for a drink.
After 35 overs, time for the umpires and players to take drinks. Drinks for examples and players. Remember to finish yourself at the cricket. Visit drinkaware.co.uk. The facts about alcohol. To remind you all that tomorrow will be the 5th running of Red for Ruth here at Lord's as we raise funds and awareness once again for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Lots of activities taking place here tomorrow around the ground. A reminder, if you are rejoining us tomorrow, we do encourage you where possible to wear red to join in with the rest of the cricket community. You can also donate right now by texting the word 20 to 70600. And that will donate £20 to the foundation. That's it tomorrow, Red for Ruth Day, the 5th running of that great event. Again, if you are joining us tomorrow, we do encourage you where possible to wear red.
Australia 130 for 2 at drinks in the afternoon session. Smith and Labuschagne are battling it out for Australia. Ricky and I are in the lab. Batting is all about angles, knowing where your off stump is. How's Barnes Labuschagne doing?
Well, it's also about training and memory as well. Like he's been batting for 20 odd years, and he's been standing on a pretty similar guard, which has normally been on middle to off, and making a small movement over to off stump. Now, these are some of his very good leaves from 2019. You can see there he's nowhere near as far across his stumps, and he's nowhere near as far down the crease. Now, have a look to Edgbaston last week. He's further across his stumps. He's a lot further outside his crease. And if he therefore feels the line of those balls he feels he needs to play, he doesn't need to play. We highlighted that in Edgbaston. The first innings dismissal in Edgbaston, the ball was 58 centimetres from his middle stump. Second innings dismissal, the ball was 50 centimetres from his middle stump. What I've liked today is he's not moving anywhere near as much. You can see that he's watching the ball a little bit closer, and he's now set up more on off stump. Anything outside his eye line then, as long as he gets a good stride forward, he can let it and not across. As long as he gets, by going forward, you're actually going across anyway, and you're actually covering that excess movement. So that's why I think a little technical change that he's made, not only today, but in the 4 or 5 days that he would have trained coming into the game, he's been working on that. And I think his stint in county cricket before the series started has actually done him more harm than good. Slow, seaming wickets, worried about LBW, getting so far across his stumps that he's trying to take LBW out of the equation. But what it's done is brought the outside edge of the bat into play, and Stuart Broad exposed that beautifully last week.
How well have they done though, Australia? 130 for 2, 35 overs with the conditions that England have had today.
They'll be very happy right now. But as we've seen, the ball is still doing something, and it looks like one of those wickets to me. It's going to be very hard to start on. Although Smith hasn't made it look that difficult to start on, but it will be one of those pitches right through the game, I think.
Oh, there we go, right on cue. After that lovely bit of analysis there from Ricky Ponting, that we see another player miss. And interesting, just to back up Ricky Ponting's point, the Ashes series 4 years ago against the quicker men, Marnus Labuschagne left the ball on 34% of the occasions. So far, this summer over here in England, in the World Test Championship final and last week, he's only left 21% of the ball. So that movement across cover his stumps is making him play more balls. Quite a lot more balls. That time he drives. That was more compact, much better. Long boundary. Oh, he's timed it pretty well. And he'll find the boundary. A much needed one for Labuschagne. We'll give him some confidence.
It certainly will, Mark. Some excellent points made by Ricky Ponting there. But this is a beauty. Full extension of a cover drive, and it was the in-swinger that normally races away here at Lord's. Stokes just tangles himself.
Sort of a surprise delivery, really, to bowl the in-swinger. Beat him with a lovely outswinger to start the over. Labuschagne will be more comfortable if he sees more in-swingers than out. Now he gets too straight, clips him up the hill. That will be back-to-back boundaries for Labuschagne on this occasion. Nice timing.
Yeah, beautiful timing. It's very, very comfortable when the ball is straight. Just freely accesses the leg side, up the hill this time.
What's coming now? Stuart Broad. Well, back-to-back boundaries to Smith last over, and then he had him out. Give a not out on review. What's he going to bowl here? Good follow-up from Broad. It's a bit shorter. He's always attacking though, Stuart Broad. That's what I like about him. He's looking for a wicket.
Yeah, and for me sometimes, Tubby, you can get a little bit too adventurous. When there's so much on offer, balls swinging both ways, a little bit of movement off the wicket. Try and keep things as simple as possible.
Oh, another one. That's the best of the three right there. He let that come to him a little bit more on that occasion. That looked far more control there from Labuschagne.
Yeah, really good shot again. Marnus Labuschagne creating this scoring option. Not a bad delivery from Broad. Little bit straighter. The amount of confidence Australia are batting with at the moment is concerning for England.
12 from the over. So this is Osborne at its best. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, now that's worth a shout. It's come back up the hill. Has it come up enough?
Stay wide, isn't it?
Gaffney says no.
Huh?
This will be a good discussion, this. Stokes. Broad's looking for a mate, isn't he? No, he's not going to go for it. 142 for 2.
Over.
Yeah, don't think it came back enough, really. If at all. Good from Stokes. Nowhere near. On the pitch. Looked busy, hasn't he, Steve Smith? He's got off to a bit of flyer, 25 from 26.
It can go one of two ways. You can try too hard and you can nick a ball, but with the experience that Steve Smith has and averaging almost 60 in Test match cricket, he averages around 57 just here in Test match cricket in the UK. A lot of people said
No!
that if he misses out in one Test match, he's bound to catch up in the next. And, Just thought that these two were under a lot of pressure, because when you do miss out in a test match, there's a lot of pressure on you if you are the best batters in the world to turn up and get a score. So the starts that they've had here today, in the conditions that have been served up to them, the wicket that's been a little bit green, I thought they've been outstanding. I thought the intensity at which they've run between the wickets, how Steve Smith has started.
No run.
Signs that Stokes was getting loose. Under bowls himself since his knee injury, and he bowls if he has to. But it looked like he was getting loose for a little trundle, yeah.
Good signs for England that he'll have a bowl, but just to get back to these batters too, you're going to play and miss on a wicket like this, and your mindset has to be one in which you back yourself and you back your natural talent and your skill. Look to score like they have done all day. If you're good enough and you nick a good ball, it is what it is.
Down the pitch again. He's an amazing batter, really. He's a bit of a freak. He's not someone you'd want to copy, but he knows his game and he has a real thought process, a real problem solver. Probably realizing that LBW nipping it back in, so he'll get down the pitch, try and take LB out of the equation.
Played against him back in the day when he started, Mass. Played as a leggy, batted number 8 for Australia. If anybody
similar from you, Kev, to be honest. Bowled as an offie, batted number 8 for Natal, didn't you?
I did. But it is amazing how a career can just transform. He's averaging almost 60 in Test match cricket. He plays his 100th Test match next week in Leeds. Quite spectacular.
Wait. No.
Good bit of fielding. 142 for 2. Again, he was down the pitch. Beautiful balance at the crease. Plenty of batting to come. Travis said in good nick in the last couple of years. We saw what good cricketers Cameron Green and Alex Carey were. A little bit more depth to their batting as well, with Stark and then Cummins and Lyons, the partnership that saw Australia over the line. It is Stokes time. He's into the attack. Labuschagne wants 2, and these two run very well. Excellent. Always checking the no balls, these umpires, when Stokes is bowling, because he often goes to that front line and goes over it, and he has done with his very first delivery. It is a good lesson, though, to any young player out there to try and keep 2 strings to your bow going. Kevin Pietersen sat next to me, age 18, was playing as a bowler who batted 8. Steve Smith playing age 21, playing as a bowler that batted 8. And they ended up greats of the game for their own countries with the bat. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And again, a sign of someone that hasn't bowled much, no rhythm. That's 2 no balls in 3 deliveries. That's way over.
What are your views actually on today's play so far, Nas? Do you think it's been a good toss for Australia to have lost?
And that will go for 4. And hit in that direction, you're not catching up with it. Some real looseness here from Ben Stokes. It's a good toss to lose now, Kev, at 145 for 2, and the sun is just starting to come through the clouds. Don't think England have been at their best today.
And I think that's where the conversation probably needs to go, because I don't think England have been at their best. I think they've expected too much from this wicket. I think that when they won the toss, there would have been the old cheer in the dressing room. That's amazing. I know we did a piece before the game, and Ricky Ponting said there'll be plenty of wickets falling today. The atmosphere was electric around the ground.
Oh, runs flowing now. Labuschagne and Smith pouncing on anything loose.
Very loose, very, very loose. This from Ben Stokes. Well, 3 deliveries, 2 of them have been long ops. Easy to hit. Have a look at that. It's the 2 no balls. Clip on the leg side, a punch through the offside. These 2 players, we know how good they are. We know where they are in the rankings. And the opportunities to score, you're going to take them. You still have to do something on a wicket like this. It may look green.
No run.
Conditions were overcast. There's been rain around. I'm sure you've been watching the coverage all morning with us. But I don't think England have been at the races at all.
Eight ball over with the no balls, 154 for 2. Just a subtle change in the field. Square leg's gone back to deep square leg. I think it's around Ahmed out there. Just maybe to try and keep Steve Smith back in his crease. He's charged down the pitch twice. And he looks at that man at deep square. So Robinson will test him with the odd short ball. Well, it's becoming contagious now. Robinson with a no ball the other end.
And it's just not good enough. It really isn't, because expectation is one thing, and these guys would have been expected to bowl Australia out today. And it's just getting sloppy. Not enough balls in the right area. and the speeds haven't been up. Robinson in his first couple of spells, he was bowling at 78 mile an hour. He had David Warner sweeping him.
Mid-off is wide. Stokes will give chase. Should only be a couple on Stokes' arm. They settle for 2.
Go on, go on, go on, go on.
And it all just looks a little bit too easy here for Australia. Good from an Australian's perspective, absolutely. Smith and Labuschagne bowling a partnership together of 61 so far, just from 55 deliveries, so the runs are flowing. There's not a lot happening with the England bowlers. Might need to have a little bit of a regroup at tea when tea comes along. I think the speeds have got to improve. Can't bowl at 80 mile an hour. At 80 mile an hour, Nasser, you'll know when you're batting, you can sort of, when the ball deviates, you can recover and you can manage the deviation. When Josh Tong was bowling a little bit earlier at 85, 86, 87 mile an hour, it's a completely different game. So somehow the English bowlers have got to try and find some more pace, some more nip, and bowl in better areas. Anderson has averaged 81 this morning. Broad has averaged 81. Robinson 79. Stokes 79. He has only bowled 1 over. And Josh Tong has been up at 86. Those are the bowlers. Those are the averages. And that tells a story in itself.
Short pull down to fine leg. Robinson wanting a leg slip, put in Jimmy Anderson, goes there, and Ryan Ahmed comes up on the single.
Yes, yes.
And that will be a couple. Getting easier and easier batting here on the first day at Lord's. 160 for 2.
Control it around, boys.
The effect of the Labuschagne-Smith partnership, they have 64 from 59, so the run rate has gone nearly towards 5.5 and over. Oh, it's a nice delivery, isn't it? He saw him coming, dragged his length back, and it nipped down the slope.
Yeah, trying to steer clear of one of the modes of dismissal, the LBW, and probably actually bowled too. Walks down the wicket there, does Steve Smith, and as is the nature of this wicket, you've got to be prepared to miss the ball, play the ball and miss the ball. We'll be seeing that all day. And you just put that to a side as a batter. The next delivery here, stick to your game plan, play your way.
No, not now.
Anderson's not happy with the ball, I think. He's taken the ball up to the umpire. These Duke's ball have lasted better this summer than last summer. Maybe it's a scuff, actually, rather than the shape of it. I threw it back and said, just polish that scuff. That's what Anderson is doing.
No run. Yeah, Cody. No run.
Different kind of crowd here at Lord's, isn't it? They don't have the hollies like we had last week in Birmingham. The atmosphere is completely different here at the home of cricket. It's a very special atmosphere. It's certainly not as tribal as the other grounds.
Oh, that's another beauty. Leans away and he nips it away down the slope.
When Ben Stokes normally gets the ball, the crowd goes with him. Certainly last week it was as noisy as anything. It's a beauty from Stokes. That's the nature of where we're playing this week here in London, North London. A lot of teams do well here, a lot of opposition teams do well here, the Australians do.
No run.
Better over from Ben Stokes, 160 for 2. It's going to be Stuart Broad. I think he's taking a liking to the pavilion end. He got his wickets in the first innings against Ireland from that end, so he's going to go back up that end. Often him and Jimmy Anderson have a debate about that end. Jimmy gets choice of ends. It's going to be Broad.
Oh my God.
Whoa, that is the last thing Broad wanted.
Sorry.
The very last thing. A little loosener, he just wanted to get through his action, and at the last second Labuschagne pulls away.
That is so good.
Risk reward, isn't it?
That is so good, Broad.
England and Stokes have made Broad and Anderson and Robinson bowl fuller. And the reward is that they can nick it and you get wickets, but the risk is obviously it can go for boundaries. So they bowl very full to Labuschagne, trying to get him nicking it outside that off stump, and actually he's put those away. The full deliveries he's driven beautifully for 4, and clipped through the leg side for 4 as well. Let's have a look at those 4s off those full deliveries. That was a bit of luck. It swung. That's what I mean about risk reward. And then Broad just got a little bit too straight and got whipped away. So did Stokes.
Much better balance from Marnus in this innings, and he also doesn't look too rushed. Everything just seemed to happen so quickly for him in Birmingham. Didn't last long at all. There was that push outside the line of his right eye. We talked about it in that test match, but he has looked a lot better. The boundary that we saw through backward point that he did nick, a half-hearted effort through the push or through the offside.
Yeah, this for me is the one where he leaves it and he does that extravagant follow through. That there, that's when you know Labuschagne is playing well and leaving the ball and sighting it well and knowing where his off stump is. Oh, now the big in swinger. Broad thinks he's got him. Now on height, he's going to review.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision out. Check the front foot. It's a fair delivery. And we start with spin vision, please. Okay, clearly a no shot play. Ball tracking when it's ready. Waiting for ball tracking. Still waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Impact outside, and it's missing the stumps, so you'll have to reverse your decision. On screen and now you can signal.
Yeah, they've used the reviews well, Australia. That's a couple now. He's standing a long way outside of his crease to Broad. Umpires have to note where a batter is standing, and he left it on length because he was standing out of his crease, so they had a long way to travel. See how far that ball has to travel.
And that's the exact reason why these batters are doing this. They're taking LBW out of the game. As good as the umpiring's been, that was a very, very quick call, and you actually wonder whether there's any communication between the umpire at square leg and the umpire standing. Beautiful, outstanding. Fuller from Broad, and Marnus punches down the ground, and it's a long chase out to the boundary. The ball is going to beat Ben Stokes.
Technically perfect off drive this. Front elbow, balance, perfect.
Again, just for all the young batters out there who are watching, or any batters, it's the method that these two have adopted here, and it's to negate that LBW. Right outside the crease, front foot, very difficult to be hitting the stumps. It also makes Broad bowl a little bit shorter, so Broad has to change his lengths. Lines can stay the same, absolutely, but it's his lengths that will change. And these are the little battles that you do play with the bowler. Marnus has been outstanding. 37 from 49. His game has actually changed. He's gone through the gears now with Steve Smith. A couple of moments ago, he had 26 of 21 batting with Smith. Whereas batting before Smith, he had 5 from 22. 164 for 2.
Brighter in the middle. Cloudy drizzle this morning, but getting brighter by the moment, and brighter as well if you're an Australian fan, because Labuschagne and Smith, who got 45 runs between them in the last Test match, are going well. And that is ominous for England. They need to break this partnership.
Yep.
Finds the gap and finds the boundary. And finds 9,000 Test runs now, Steve Smith.
Some player. Look at those numbers. Next week will be a very, very special week for Steve Smith. 100 Test matches. Phenomenal numbers. 31 Test match hundreds. And we're watching a master at the crease at the moment. And he's in good form, and he's got 32s. It's 4 4s.
No.
He's adopting the same technique as what Marnus is doing. Outside the crease, trying to take away the LBW, trying to take away the bold. Making England bowlers bowl different lengths. Quality, absolute quality. Best players that find the gaps. Another gap for Stephen Smith.
Swinger from Stokes. Just felt his knee there a little bit on the follow through. Another no ball. Beautiful drive. Waited for the fuller delivery and has put it away.
Absolutely beautiful. We saw a clip through mid-wicket from Steve Smith. This is a little bit wider in the channel, same sort of length, and full face of the bat. All he needed to say to himself there, and I think to Marnus, was, yep, he knows he hit the gap. Ominous signs here for England. These two batting, a partnership building. 173 for 2.
Wait on! Wait on!
173 for 2.
after a morning session where the run rate was under 3s for Australia between Smith and Labuschagne, and a partnership of 77 off 78. They push that up over 4. Just a little bit of movement behind the bowler as the crowd settle down. Mike Atherton, after the first test in which Smith and Labuschagne really didn't get into their groove at all, it was probably a little bit of nervousness for England fans, seeing what could they come back with here at Lord's.
Yes, England will feel it's a missed opportunity not winning a test match where these two great players only made 35 runs between them in 4 innings. That's not going to happen very often, you wouldn't have thought. And certainly Smith, especially today, has looked in really good touch. From the moment he came out, he skipped to about 20 in 14 balls, I think. Clip, clip, drive, and he was away. He just looked very confident from the off. Labuschagne took a bit more time to get into his stride, but Smith has looked at his best so far.
Slightly wide on the crease there from Stuart Broad. It's interesting, I was chatting to one of the journos who went down to a lot of the training sessions between the 2 tests. Oh yes, please. And they said that Marnus Labuschagne was working more on keeping himself slightly more open rather than trying to work on covering outside off stump. It's amazing what the work is done in between tests to try and adjust things. That is very full, tailing back in as well.
Definitely back first.
Adamant Stuart Broad. Where's his support?
That's straight then. Huh? Then that's straight. Straight? Yeah. If it's not hit it, then that's straight.
Yep, we're going upstairs.
Steve Umper to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out for LBW. I've checked the front foot. Preferred delivery. Can we start the spin vision? Go to the back. Can we check with ultra HP? Okay, hits the bat on pad. Can you have any other, for me, any other replay with this thing? Thank you.
Some players called anyway online.
Go nice and slow, please. And back to the ultra edge, please. Yeah, nice and slow, please. Okay, I'm going back to Hassan on field. Hassan, it hits the bat and then pad. Stay with your original decision. You can signal.
Stuart Broad is adamant that it was pad first prior to it hitting the bat, but the very first replay we saw, I think we all agree that it was bat first. Yeah,
correct.
That one there.
Absolutely right, Mel. And in fact, the next 2 replays slightly confused the issue, and that's why Broad said, was that not pad first? But the very first replay there was clear. It was inside edge onto pad.
Which makes me wonder why they didn't see replay that first one, and that would have put it to bed.
Absolutely, and if I was Labuschagne out in the middle, I'd have got a bit nervous there, thinking that the third umpire might have got confused himself, but the right decision was made for sure, and it was the first replay that was the key to that.
It's amazing how two slightly different angles can show two different things. Yeah, Stuart. Trust us, it was definitely bat first.
But of course they would have been thinking of the most recent replays that they'd seen, which did rather confuse the issue.
Deep square in play.
No run!
A maiden, 173 for 2. Yeah, still having a chat, trying to figure out why it wasn't given in the end. There's a 73-run opening partnership between Warner and Khawaja after they were sent in by England. Overcast skies. One chance going down, put down by Pope. 2 if you're a hard taskmaster to root in the slips as well. And Josh Tong, who bowled superbly well against Ireland, most of his wickets from the pavilion end, has been bowling the nursery end, and that sent both teams to lunch early. First ball of his over. Got Khawaja, and then got it right all over again, and got Australia's other opener in Warner.
Tong has looked England's most threatening bowler today, without a shadow of a doubt. He's been England's quickest. He's in the high 80s. The rest of England's bowlers are in the low 80s. He's bowled more deliveries that have looked like taking wickets, so he's looked more penetrative. The 2 balls, and in particular the second one to Warner, was an absolute cracker. So far it's proving to be a good selection.
It says a little bit towards his character, but also Ben Stokes as well, because he was none for 24 off 3, and Warner and Khawaja, it looked as if they probably said, okay, new guy into the team, no spinner in the attack, no frontline spinner. We put a little bit of pressure on here and try and get on top of him early. How will he respond? He's responded exceptionally well.
No run.
For the first time today from Spidercam, you get the shadow, the Steve Smith shadow, and it's just an indication that conditions are easing. The cloud cover was very heavy this morning, very similar in fact to the first session of the World Test Championship, when Australia had to really work hard on a green pitch in difficult conditions against India's quality seam attack. Warner played a key part in both those mornings.
Yep.
What you hope is that the hard work in the morning, all the diligent defence that you put in tricky conditions, and then the sun comes out and you can really capitalise, as in fact Australia did against India through Travis Head, who got a big 100, and Smith himself, who dipped in.
A lot of the conversation so far in this Ashes series has been about the 2 different styles of play between England and Australia. If Australia had won the toss and put England in, how much of a point of difference do you think it would have been between the 2 opening pairs?
Well, very interesting, and yeah, who knows? And who knows how England would approach it? I think they're clever enough to know there's times where you have to just play the conditions and rein it in. They'll always look to try and get on the front foot and take the game forward, but there'll just be times when you can't do it to the extent that, say, they managed in Rawalpindi, where they put on 500 in a day.
No run.
How was Trent Bridge? Did you have a good week down there? Or up there, I should say?
I had a brilliant week. And for so many different reasons. I think so excited to see a women's test match just for the second time in the history of the game go to 5 days, and it allowed the curators there to produce a pitch that started to wear and tear and bring in spin. Just a little punch down the ground from Labuschagne. I'm still scratching my head that England put up Tammy Beaumont, who hit a double 100, and Sophie Eccleston, who got a 10-5, and they didn't win. Like, you just like, how does that happen? But it was completely different way in which the two teams went about things. Elisa Healy, middle of the screen there, in the peach shirt, captained Australia superbly well in the absence of Meg Lanning. Important runs in the second innings.
Was James Sutherland there to watch his daughter, do you know?
He was, yeah.
Because I was thinking, am I right in thinking that Will Sutherland was not a million miles away from the men's selection as well? Would that be right? Or would
There was a bit of talk about it, yeah. And then I think he signed for Essex, I want to say, over here.
But that would be a first, surely. Come over and watch your son and daughter play in an Ashes series. What a thing that would be.
Yeah, Annabelle Sutherland coming in at number 8 and hitting her first Test 100. James Sutherland, having been the CEO for Cricket Australia for 17 odd years, is now CEO of Golf Australia, so he's combined watching his daughter play Test match cricket and a little bit of work over here as well. Handy trip. There's quite a well-known story back in Australia about James Sutherland, who was a very good cricketer for Victoria and played at the same time that Merv Hughes did. And James threw a ball in left-handed once from the boundary, even though he's right-handed. And Merv said, "I didn't know he was an amphibian." Stuart Broad bowls most of his overs from the nursery end, because Jimmy Anderson's usually bowling from the pavilion end. How much of a chat do they have prior to the game to say, come on, give me a couple?
Well, that's where Broad got his wickets against Ireland, and we've always thought that he probably, given the option, would prefer the pavilion end, that what you'd call the line bowlers as opposed to the swing bowlers, always are more effective, I think, from the pavilion end. Anderson's the senior bowler, so he gets the choice.
Off the pads, a little fumble at mid-wicket.
Yes, mother.
Little moments like that will frustrate Stuart Broad even more. It's the release of pressure.
Yeah, just looks a bit grouchy with himself at the moment, or with others, which is often a reflection of being grouchy in himself as well. Not sure Rayan Ahmed could do anything about that, but it's just a sense, I think, out there that England have not been at their best today. Jimmy Anderson used that phrase about the Edgbaston pitch, that it was kryptonite to him. Well, he's got perfect conditions here, but he's wicketless. Broad is wicketless. Robinson is wicketless. Those are the three you would expect to exploit these kind of conditions.
No!
Now they've almost missed their opportunity because the sun is out, the ball is 45 overs old, and you'd think now this would be the best part of the day to bat.
It's interesting. I think both teams have an approach now that gives a little bit of autonomy over to the players about how they manage their time between tests to get themselves ready. Both Smith and Labuschagne, I know, are in the nets a lot, probably not as much as maybe they usually were, just to try and tinker on a few things. Jimmy Anderson now is just trying to find some rhythm, which is a hard thing to try and manage in a 5 test match series in a very short period of time, one in which he probably wants to play all 5, but probably knows he won't. He's lost control of that. Besso does well enough to get a hand on it. 3 runs from the over, 181 for 2. Not quite the end of the over. No ball given by third umpire. Gets it right this time. 182 for 2. I know over the last 2 Ashes tests, both the men's and the women's, a lot of talk has been about discipline and patience, both with bat and ball. And so there's going to need to be a little bit of that from the England bowlers here.
I was quite interested watching Steve Smith at the non-strikers end. He never takes his eyes off the ball. He's always trying to get a clue. Look at him looking there at the ball coming out of Ollie Robinson's hand in this instance, but he does it to every bowler. And he'd be looking just to see if there's a shiny side and a rough side, or what the bowler's doing with their hand action. Any little clue that he can pick up from the non-strikers end that then helps him when he gets down on strike.
And I think the little nod of acknowledgement on that last ball release was one for the leave from Marnus Labuschagne, but I think he's also telling himself, yeah, I see that. I'm nodding to myself, yep, I've taken in all that information, that next time I'm down on strike, I'm ahead of the game. It's just little things like that, Athos, isn't it, where you go, what is the difference between the best in the world and those trying to get up to that level? Inside edge.
And if you have a mystery spinner, then definitely that's a big thing to do. If you see a spinner for the first time in whatever standard of cricket you're in, at the non-strikers end, you can get such a close-up of what spinner is trying to do. Remember the first time we played against Paul Adams, the South African spinner. It was such an unusual action. Took a while to work it out.
Nicknamed Frog in a Blender, wasn't it? Because it looked like arms and legs going, everything. So what did you focus on first?
Well, I did exactly what Smith is doing at the non-strikers end. I stood at the non-strikers end and watched him carefully and realised that for the ball that spun into the right-hander, he had 4 fingers on the ball, and the one that spun away, he held it between thumb and forefinger. And it took a couple of overs, but got there quickly enough.
It's a maiden for Tong, 182 for 2. Almost the obligatory change of gloves there for Steve Smith. Broad leaving the field of play. I'm going to have another change as well, because it's going to be Joe Root coming on for some right arm off spin. Frontline spinner this test for England with no Moeen Ali.
Yeah, the first time in Ben Stokes' captaincy career that he's not picked what you'd call a frontline spinner. Root is better than just a guy who'll give you 5 overs. You know, he's a much better bowler than that. But generally, Stokes has liked to have a more balanced attack. Clearly, Leach's injury has changed that a bit. Moeen Ali was fit for selection. I was chatting with him this morning. His fingers recovered really well, and he was fit to play if necessary. But I think the pitch and the overhead conditions just influenced that decision.
Again, it's the interesting point of difference between the two teams, isn't it? Where Nathan Lyon is coming into his 100th consecutive test match, and there certainly would have been multiple test matches where it would have been conducive to a lot of seam bowling. And yet Australian selectors and captains have always ensured that he's been in the side.
That's straight, Joe.
One of the contenders for the spinning berth, Liam Dawson, took 12 wickets and got 100 in the championship match this week.
It's a pretty good message, I'd say, to the selectors.
Yeah, they've obviously gone for Rayan Ahmed, the young leg spinner that they brought in. Dawson is kind of the other end of the scale, really. You've gone for a young 18-year-old leg spinner who's not been bowling much, and Dawson is the very experienced kind of county pro, if you like, utterly reliable and a good cricketer.
Very good, Joe.
What does that say to spinners in the system when all of a sudden England then skip ahead? Leach has the injury and they move to someone who's been out of the game for a couple of years, and they go to a youngster in Rayan Ahmed who hasn't bowled a lot.
He's not bowled a lot in the championship. He came in and did brilliantly in Karachi. Got 5 on debut, 7 wickets, I think, on debut. So showed all his potential and talent.
Not now.
182 for 2. Of course, it's just roles, isn't it? Being a third spinner in the subcontinent is very different from being a principal spinner in a home test match. And those are all the kind of considerations that the selectors would have thought about.
Partnership now up to 86 from 110 between Australia's number 3 and 4. Not happy with a little bit of movement, I think, behind the bowler. And so if you're Liam Dawson, then are you expecting a bit of communication from England's selectors on that, or do you just keep bowling and batting?
I think you plough on. He was asked for comment this week, and he said, "I'm not really expecting to play. I'd like to play, but not expecting it." He's been around the England setup. He's played quite a bit, and you'd say he's a very similar bowler to Jack Leach. Offers probably a bit more with the bat. So I'm not quite sure why England kind of moved away from that steady left armour. Partly, I think, because of Australia's left-handers. They wanted the off-spin of Moeen Ali. And, of course, Rayan Ahmed is a leg spinner, but he bowls a lot of googlies. He actually bowls really a lot of googlies because he's got a very high arm. So that comes into play to the left-handers as well.
Last 2 deliveries through to best have got quite the lift up around shoulder height from Tong. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, back of the length, and then drew Labuschagne into the shot.
Yeah, you're right. Just a bit fuller. And found late movement, both a little bit in the air and probably then just running down the slope, which is running to the offside. And he had Labuschagne feeling for it. You see Labuschagne, he plays the shot and then he moves, which shows that he's slightly groping and feeling for the ball.
Just to think back in 2019, that was Marnus Labuschagne replacing Steve Smith. The concussion ruling in this Lord's Test match. Now they're both out in the middle. The 2 of the first selected in the batting lineup. Third maiden on the trot there for England, 182 for 2. We'll see some good performances today, Mathis. It's probably one of them.
Don't speak too soon. He might go stumbling down those steps before you know it.
Careful. Careful.
Spillage. Spillage.
Get time for this, please. Oh!
Labuschagne now on strike. It's been noted of late, his record between home and away runs. He's been brilliant in Australian conditions. Oh, wow, there you go. With the stare to follow as well.
Spin bowler with a fast bowler's temperament.
For those wondering, it's just a couple of miles short of what Ollie Robinson's been bowling today. 75 miles an hour.
become the latest to have a dig at Ollie Robinson. Every Australian or former Australian player is in at the moment.
Oh, that's going to be buys. And 4 of them.
The problem is the 2 right-handers. I mentioned that England want off-spin because of Australia's left-handers. But these 2 in particular have fabulous records against off-spin. I think Labuschagne averages 102 and Smith 85 just against off-spin. So they absolutely milk off-spin, the 2 right-handers.
Very good.
Couldn't help yourself, could you? You're going to defend your English bowlers.
I wasn't defending it.
Nice that.
188 for 2. Like a tsunami, though, wasn't it, of criticism that came in? Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting,
Michael Clark,
Mark Taylor.
Lights still on here at Lord's, just to cover the overcast conditions.
Hold up.
And this time it's Smith not happy at the non-striker's end. Could be one of those tests where players are talked about in the lead up and it's a chance for them to get back. We spoke about Marnus Labuschagne's record home and away. He averages 71 in Australia, 37 away, so he'll certainly be looking at shifting that. Likewise, Ollie Pope in first and second innings. Been brilliant in the first.
No.
Where for Steve Smith, it doesn't really matter too much, does it? Right across the crease, as he usually does, Steve Smith.
Yeah, we tried to pick holes in his game at the start of the series. Myself and Ricky did a piece on the big screen, just searching for any kind of weaknesses that against particular bowlers. I mentioned his very good record against off-spin there, but against bowlers of 90 miles an hour plus, he's averaged halved, almost half of his overall average, albeit from a pretty small sample size. But I guess that would be the case for most batters, actually. Of course, England, no Archer, no Ollie Stone, no Mark Wood. They've said they might think Mark Wood will be fit for Leeds. But Tong is the quickest, but he's certainly not over 90 miles an hour in this game. He did touch that against Ireland. But generally above that 85 miles an hour mark, which is pretty sharp. It's not out and out quick, it's pretty sharp.
That would have to be one of the most frustrating parts of this build up to this Ashes. I think post the Ashes in Australia, where you're thinking to yourself, what is the bowling attack we want? Well, we want Mark Wood, that guy on screen, in there with some out and out pace. Likewise, Jofra Archer. And then as the series gets closer and closer, all of a sudden you're losing a key element to what you think could play a very big part in winning back the Ashes. And a dot to finish with. It's 50 overs bowled here at Lord's, 190 for 2. Partnership of 94 for Labuschagne and Smith. Australia will be exceptionally happy with that. Just the one wicket to fall, that of Warner, bowled by Tong. 117 runs put on the board as Australia go off to tea, having been sent in earlier today.
Yeah, slightly ominous partnership of 94 between two players who, when they get in, like to go big and greedy. England knocked them over cheaply at Edgbaston, but they've both got starts here. Labuschagne 45, Smith 38. A good afternoon session for Australia, and they're very, very well placed at tea. 190 for 2 off 50. Labuschagne 45, Smith 38.
Tong, after getting a little bit of tap in his first 3 overs, has come back superbly well, picking up the 2 wickets of the day. It's been seam predominantly for England, with a fraction, just 2 overs of spin from Joe Root. Sky Sports experts will be back after the break to talk you through the first 2 sessions of play.
Please.
Australia, it's Josh. Hi Josh, how you doing? Great to see you. Who's your favourite player, Josh? Mine's Labuschagne. Oh, I like this. I've got a mini Labuschagne, mini Stokes. Let's see what happens. Already £15,000 remember for this fantastic initiative between IG and England Cricket Retail Funds for new net facilities across the UK, and we're going to make that even higher. So if I can ask Uncle Eagle to show us the scores on the doors, I will show you the rules. We're going to be adding some big money here. We're going to be adding some big funds up to 20 metres. We're going to be adding £100 up to 40 metres. That's £250. And if you get it beyond that,
Follow a group of young MMA fighters as they fight to make it from a South London gym to Las Vegas. Watch all episodes of The Good Fight Club now on Sky Documentaries. And 7 o'clock following the coverage here at Lord's, we have Secrets of Success. Two sessions in this second test here at Lord's, and they both belong to Australia despite helpful bowling conditions. David Warner made 66. Khawaja dismissed just prior to the lunch break by Josh Tong, who has both wickets. Labuschagne is 45 not out. Smith is 38 not out. Things are looking ominous at tea for England as Australia are 190 for 2. Kevin and Owen alongside. Don't know if you agree, but I can't remember seeing England as flat as that in the field since Ben Stokes took over as captain.
I do agree, Wardy. I think when you look back at the first test match at Edgbaston and how hard fought the test was, and it resulting in Australia winning by just 2 wickets in comparison to the 2 sessions that we've seen today where Australia seem to be streets ahead when advantage should be in England's favour. And you sit back and you look at what Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have brought the last 14 test matches now. It's been intense, it's been well driven, and there's been huge clarity in everything that you're doing. So it's obvious to see in every test match bar today. Yeah, Australia have been on top. You have to be so good when you're competing against the best side in the world, and Australia are that at the moment. England are going to have to lift things in all departments.
For sloppy too.
Yeah,
8 no balls. 8 no balls.
Yeah, 8 no balls. This is a half chance that went to Joe Root early. Again, good bowling. Warner, who was playing extremely well. Probably for me, the slip catches, which you very rarely say this, were a little bit too close. There was clearly carry at one end, bowling from the pavilion end, as opposed to from the nursery end. But Australia got their foot in the door. There was a great partnership between Khawaja and Warner. And from the first ball, Steve Smith came to the crease. He's looked to play. I mean, Mark Taylor was unconscious, he's calling it Ozball, which is great. You know, it's fighting fire with fire, and it just goes to show Australia have the ability to do it as well. So it's not been good. It's been very frustrating for Ben Stokes and his team.
What's caught your eye?
Oh, not a lot's caught my eye from an English perspective, Wardy. It's been shambolic, absolutely shambolic. You have overhead conditions, you have a wicket that suits your bowlers, and you've got bowlers running in at 78, 79, 80 mile an hour. Now, it's one thing walking here, swanning around and saying, hey, this is a wonderful team to play in. We're creating the best environment. But this is not Ashes cricket. I've played Ashes cricket. I've played 30 test matches against Australia. The Australians here were outside to bat before the English bowlers. The English bowlers this morning should have been on those stairs saying, we want to bowl at Australia. We're desperate to bowl at Australia. These 2 Australian batters are out there waiting for England. They're the ones who should have been in the room saying, no, hold on, we don't want to bat. And it's all too easy and it's all too nice. Are you telling me Ricky Ponting in 2005 is going to be talking to Geraint Jones? You think Michael Vaughan is going to be standing next to Justin Lang and saying, hey mate, awesome, what a cool day. I mean, look at this, it's overcast, it's beautiful. What an awesome day. I mean, environment here at Lord's, and what do you think of the wicket? Are you joking? Are you absolutely joking? I just hope they're in that dressing room now and the England coach is giving them the biggest hammering and saying, it's not good enough. It's absolutely not good enough. You cannot bowl that here today. You cannot have these conditions. You cannot declare for 390. You think Australia declaring today? You think Australia getting 390 today and saying England going to have a bat? No chance.
Yeah, I think it's worth considering the context of both environments at the moment as well. Since Edgbaston, there's been a lot of talk from the England side, which is unlike any other England side.
Absolutely.
Everything
win by
they've spoken
150
about.
runs.
Win by 150 runs. Ollie Robinson's had a lot to say, which is great. Great for the game, great for the build-up, great for the Ashes. But you have to back it up. The skill level has to be there.
Can't get too friendly with the Oppo, Kev, can you?
Have you set me up, Ward? I just rung the bell. I've been part of the establishment here today, and you've just set me up. But listen, go and ask anyone who's watching this here, any of these fans. We popped a mic in here and walked around and said, are you happy with what you've seen today with conditions that should suit England? I'm afraid to say, I may be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think there's a single England fan that is happy with what they've seen today. I'm sorry.
Well, these 2 batters are going to book themselves in. I mean, you've got to get them early because they do go big.
Well, this is the fear England would have had coming in to the series. If these 2 get set, how do you get them out? Never mind first test match at Edgbaston when the wicket was flat. It's challenging here today, and the partnership is 94 from 128 deliveries. It's been excellent. The boys, the balance between aggression and composure has been excellent. And probably the one thing that has caught England off guard is how aggressive
Steve Smith in particular has played. He's accessed the offside, accessed the leg side, down the ground. It's ominous, I think, when you see these two guys getting themselves in. They'll be very traditional in their thinking. They'll come back out after tea, they'll reset and look to capitalise on the 40-odd overs left in the day.
Well, the overhead conditions are still good for bowling. The floodlights are blaring, there's overcast conditions. We'll have to see how England react to this first two sessions, which have definitely gone Australia's way. That second new ball is a long way away. Right, in Birmingham, we were blue for Bob. Tomorrow, we'll be red for Ruth.
I was diagnosed in March of 2021. So the consultant told us that they could definitely see that I had bowel cancer. They could see the tumor on the CT scan. I remember sitting with the consultant, and the first thing you think is, how are you going to tell the kids?
I suppose the first thoughts when we got the diagnosis was for Laura. You know, I was sat holding her hand, and then quite quickly, as well as Laura, you think about the boys.
Just got such a personal vendetta against cancer and what it's taken from us, and it's not going to take my kids' happiness away.
If there's one conversation you want to get right, it is the conversation around telling the children that, you know, the cancer is incurable, is terminal, and that at some point Daddy will die.
What was really great about the Ruth Strauss Foundation is that they offered the service for partners or husbands or wives, because at some point I won't be here, but he will be. And so it's about how you cope with that and the long-term effects.
To think there's actually a charity for people going through cancer with young children, I found hugely reassuring.
We have the most amazing memories that we were able to create because the children knew what was happening.
It has made a massive difference in the worst situation. Even now, with everything so raw, I'm so grateful for the support, guidance and reassurance that I've had from the foundation.
Wonderful charity doing fabulous work for people that really need help, who are going through traumatic times. You were very generous at Birmingham. If you can help with the Ruth Strauss Foundation, it will be greatly appreciated. Text 20 to 70600. As I say, we are red for Ruth in full tomorrow. Australia 190 for 2, final session of day one next.
We start at 4:21. Just a further reminder to tomorrow. It's a very special day here at the Lords for the 5th year. It will be the Ruth Strauss Foundation Day. Red for Ruth with that. And once again, we encourage those of you that are joining us tomorrow, where possible, please, to join the rest of the round and going red. You can also donate right now by texting 20 to 70600. That's text the word 20 to 70600 to donate £20 to this great foundation. Very special day here at Lords tomorrow. Here's a look. Some great work the foundation undertakes. So join us nice early tomorrow for a very special opening to go to events taking place throughout the whole of the day. Spectators kindly reminded that the road regulation that please stay off the playing area at all times. Anyone ignoring this request will be ejected by the prosecution and exclusion of the cricket grounds around the world. Sure appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, in particular the players and the match officials. Spectators also reminded to please keep your bags.
Lots of things are just another ground or another game, but I think an Ashes game here at Lord's is a little bit more than that.
Walking this morning, go through the grace gates and rock up to the change room, down through the long room, out onto the field across to the nursery. Packed house at Lord's, best ground in the world.
As a youngster, watching the Lord's Test match is always extra special. Lord's, love it. The history, the style, the beauty of it. Yeah, it's a great place to play.
4 test matches left, and we can only hope they can be as good as this one.
Losing hurts regardless of what you've done. Winning's always a great feeling.
I think it's just one of the beauties of the series, totally contrasting styles, makes good entertainment.
We're going to keep coming at Australia in the way that we did, so yeah, I think it's going to be a great series.
I don't think England need to go harder. They're going hard enough.
When you send a team out in an Ashes game,
tails is the call.
It is about beating Australia.
Yeah, we're going to have a ball, mate.
What's that like, walking down through the long run for a big game like this?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible.
Morgs, I reckon some of the paintings even start talking to you on the walls in there. When you're in the opposition team, it's like the walls come to life.
After an incredible week at Edgbaston, we go again. It is one of the great occasions of the sporting calendar. Anderson and Broad going up against Khawaja and Warner. This first session is going to be absolutely vital. Root tries to get his fingers underneath it.
Really good batting, this opening pair.
He's dropped it. It should have been taken. Rossi bowled again.
The aggressive approach is paying dividends from the offside to the onside.
Bowlers are toiling.
Fast hands through the shot, and the bat raises. Bowling, shoulders, arms, gets the ball to come back down the slope. He's got his first in Ashes. A slightly early lunch here at Lord's.
They did get that wicket, and boy, they needed it. We'll be heading into the afternoon session next. Australia 73 for 1.
It is a beauty from Josh Tong, and Warner is done. Important moment on this first day as Steve Smith joins Marnus Labuschagne.
He needs to keep the pressure on Steve Smith here. A little bit of Osborne. That's what we're going to call it. Smith ball.
Oh, runs flowing now. 9,000 test runs now. Steve Smith.
Ominous signs here for England.
They've used the reviews well, Australia.
It's 50 overs bowled here at Lord's, 190 for 2.
50 excellent overs for Australia, having been stuck in under cloudy skies. They have batted really well to get themselves to 190 for 2, and these two have an unbroken partnership of 94, Smith and Labuschagne. Well, it brightened up for a while. The clouds have rolled in again, and England will have to be better. They'll have to be better than they were in those first 2 sessions. It was all a bit friendly. It was all a bit slower than they usually are. If you look at the average speeds, there were no bouncers hardly. The only one that came from the off spin of Joe Root. They need to up their tempo and go hard at Australia, because these two aren't going to give you a wicket, Smith and Labuschagne. Plenty of batting to come. Head, Green, Carey, Stark, Cummins, and we know Nathan Lyon can bat from that last test match. Ollie Robinson's pace has been down. He's been below 80 mile an hour. He needs to up his efforts. England need to keep an eye on that run rate. These two have gone at a good rate. Andrew Strauss is with me. Sir Andrew, what would you have said at that tea interval as captain?
Yeah, good afternoon, Nasser, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Well, I think from England's point of view, it is about understanding where this game is at the moment. I think they lost their discipline to one degree or another in that second session. They need to get control of this game again.
Short ball, it goes between Rayan Ahmed and fine leg, it goes through Rayan Ahmed. First ball after tea is a boundary.
And that is literally the worst possible start, because you always want to set the tone. The start of a new session, think about putting your best bowler on, and it's about building pressure. And I mean, that was too easy, wasn't it, for Steve Smith? He played that so comfortably, and poor fielding. But from England's point of view, I think they just need to understand, yes, they have missed a trick. They had a great opportunity this morning. It didn't work for them. But they're not out of the game. And this is almost plan B time, where there is still something in this pitch, but you need to bang out of length consistently. I think one thing we haven't seen much of from England, it'd be interesting to get your thoughts on this, is that heavily sort of proactive approach that we've seen so much over the last 12 months. It seemed a little bit pedestrian today. I don't know if it's energy-wise, or, I mean, we haven't seen any funky fields, for instance. Don't know if you've noticed that difference today.
Yeah, I think sometimes as a captain you've got to realise that it's doing a bit. And 194 for 2, people tuning in go, it's flat at Lords, it's the Edgbaston pitch. It's not. So Stokes has felt that he needs to just keep it orthodox, keep your slips in, hit top of off. You don't have to think out the box. There's also the crowd factor a little bit. Edgbaston was such a cauldron of emotion and energy. It is a different atmosphere at Lords, so you have to create it yourself. And that's what's been missing. They look flat, England. Someone needs to create a bit of energy, a bit of spark.
It's interesting when you go right back to the toss, and Ben Stokes won that toss. You can see there was a little smile on his face. It was obviously such an important toss, in England's opinion, to win. You kind of feel like, to one degree or another, they felt like the job was half done before they even got on the pitch. And you made the point that Australia came running out. There was a real purpose about them from ball one, and England perhaps just fell into the trap of thinking it was just going to happen. They just had to put it there. It was the perfect opportunity in my mind to show aggression. You think back to 2005 and Harmison on that first over, you know, dark, overcast skies, a green pitch. That's where you want to feel like you're all over that Australian team. Just felt a little bit too easy, a bit comfortable for those Australian openers.
Good carry at the end of the over, 194 for 2. Yeah, you talk about 05 and showing a bit of aggression. It was Steve Harmison, wasn't he? Ricky Ponting, one of the great pullers and hookers of a cricket ball, got himself in a tangle. And there was blood on Ricky's cheek there. It was real aggression from Harmison. And even though England lost the test match, it was just a marker put down. Just been lacking a bit of that, England.
I wonder, to one degree or another, whether there's a bit of an emotional hangover from Edgbaston. I mean, it was such a fantastic test match, a brilliant advert for the game, and going right to the end of the 5th day, it's hard not to feel slightly flat at the end of it. England know how important this test match is for them. There's no chance of them to come back if they aren't able to force a result here, certainly not if they lose here. So You can't afford to ease their way into this game as they've done so far today. Interesting that James Anderson's coming into the attack again after tea, and I think this is a really important spell for him. Wicketless again so far this innings, and he needs to set the tone here.
Prefers the pavilion end, but he's going to go from the nursery end.
Yeah, that first delivery from Anderson is the issue about him bowling from the nursery end. So easy with the slope to just fall over to one degree or another and let that ball go wide of off stump. Got to be really disciplined, bring off stump into play and then let the slope do it for you.
One thing that Australia will be pleased with is that it has done a bit throughout. It hasn't eased off. Had a couple of reviews just before tea. We were out and given not out and vice versa. And even there, Jimmy Anderson has just swung one away. So still doing a bit. And they have in that attack and in that dressing room bowlers that can utilise any sideways movement.
Well, the other interesting element to all of this is that Josh Tong has looked by far England's most threatening bowler, mainly because of the extra pace. We know the Australian bowling lineup has exactly that, more pace than the English one. Tong has been a bit expensive, but has definitely been more threatening. Hurried the Australian batsman up. Movements happen quicker for him.
Old habits die hard, Andrew. You looked at the runs per over first there with Tong, didn't you? bit expensive, 4 and over. Dry him up, that's what your theory was, and that to back up your point. The quickest bowler, the best bowler. And their speeds are down. I've been looking at the average speed of Robinson in the last couple of years is around about 81, so his speed's down. Stokes is 82, 83, so his speed's down. All of them are down 1 or 2 miles per hour, if not more. It's a concern for England.
What do you think to Jimmy Anderson, Nasser? Hasn't had much of an impact so far this series. You think he's not bowling as well, or is it just a case of him remaining patient and it will happen for him?
Some bowlers need to bowl to get rhythm. You know, I had 2. Goff could turn on just bowl. He hadn't bowled for 2 months, he'd bowl fine. But Caddick needed to bowl for months. I think Jimmy's the latter. He needs to bowl. So coming back from the injury, I think he'll get better with every spell, with every outing. There's a little floaty outswinger. I think he'll just get time and overs under his belt. He'll be fine. 194 for 2. I think even Anderson at his best on that turgid Edgbaston pitch would have struggled. He had no sideways movement at all. Not what he needed, age 40, that last pitch, coming back from injury.
There is definitely something quite ominous about Smith and Labuschagne both being in their 40s, not out. We know these are guys that are hungry. When they get in, they tend to go big. And both of them missed out last Test match, so far from sated, either of them. And they've done well. They've rode their luck at times. It hasn't been easy for them. They've been busy. They put the bad ball away.
Oh, now I think that's going over, but he's done one of those leaves again. He did it to Tongue, he did it to Wokes 4 years ago. Stokes realises it's too high.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks ugly, and you kind of wonder why he's left it in this fashion, but I think it's just purely on the length. Just sees the length and goes, well, that can't hit the stumps, and therefore it doesn't matter if it jags back, I'm not going to be out. It does look odd. It has come back a long way. I mean, I think it probably is high, but it's not that high. You just look at it side on, it probably is going over the top.
Oi, one.
Stokes immediately suggesting height was an issue. Slightly on line as well, but mainly the height. Partnership between Smith and Labuschagne. 9th time they've put on 100 together. 144 deliveries, so in good time.
Having a look at the field that England are employing to Steve Smith. Obviously so much conversation about how you get Smith out. All these elaborate plans. It's actually quite a conventional field. 2 slips. They've got that catching mid-wicket and a man out on the leg side. So 5-4 field, and that's largely because Smith gets so far over the crease, but nothing dramatic.
Was leaving that for a second as well, but he played it in the end. 196 for 2.
I always think with Steve Smith, you've got to find a way of bringing the stumps into play. He leaves it so well outside off stump and can score so freely through the offside. You have to bring the stumps into play, but you also know if you do that, he is going to get you away on that leg side. So hence England have gone for the 5-4 field. What they won't want to see is him just dropping it into square leg all the time and getting off strike. I mean, he's such a hard guy to bowl to when he's in full flow, because it just seems you can't keep him quiet, can you? And you know he's not going to give his wicket away. So challenge for Ben Stokes, and they would have done so much talking and planning about Smith in particular, and Labuschagne quite frankly, before the series.
See if Anderson can get his line right. Just been a fraction wide, but there's definite movement down that slope.
There is movement, but mainly Labuschagne has just left him at this stage, and Anderson might want to think about becoming slightly wider of the crease and angling it into off stump a bit more. The last thing he wants to see is the ball just harmlessly going through to the keeper, ball after ball. Just thinking that's you asking me what would I've said to the players at tea, and the message I would have given them was, let's get control of the game. Like that's a very different sort of philosophy to Ben Stokes. Do you think that was his message? I'd be interested to know what you think he said.
No, I don't think so. That's why I picked you up on Old Habits Die Hard. As your captaincy under Andy Flower, there was a lot about building pressure and keeping an eye on the run rate. If you ever interviewed Broad or Anderson, they would often talk about how many runs they went for. And then the wickets. Stokes and McCullum see it the other way round. Try and get us wickets. Doesn't matter if you go for runs, we're not that bothered about that. We need wickets, 20 wickets to win a test. Nicely bowled and nicely played. And the time it looked like they were worried about runs was at the end of Edgbaston, when it got down to 20 or 30 and Cummins started to tee off. Then Stokes got a bit defensive.
I think the point I would make is that Australia have been going in a fair clip, 3.6 runs and over, but it doesn't feel like England have had outrageously attacking fields today, have they? They've been pretty conventional, and so testament. Well, I mean, you've got to take your hat off to the way the Australian batsmen have played this, because they haven't been particularly aggressive. They've run hard between the wickets. They've looked to score, but they've also played the ball late.
No. 197 for 2.
Jimmy.
97 for 2, we thought, but looks like there was a no ball there, and that's going to make Anderson grumpy. 9th no ball of the day. And Jimmy Anderson very rarely bowls that many no balls. That was one. That is over. 198 for 2. That's a beauty. He's nicked it, he's gone this time. Labuschagne walks towards Smith, but England think they found the edge. And Labuschagne walks past Smith. England have found the edge.
Yeah, a massive wicket for England, a massive wicket for Ollie Robinson. It was the perfect delivery, holding its line up the hill, and a little feather through to Johnny Bairstow. That is exactly what England needed. Ollie Robinson will be relieved, as will Ben Stokes. Marnus Labuschagne looking in good touch. He's just waiting, but he should get off. He's gone for 47. Australia now 198 for 3.
Travis Head comes in at number 5, left-hander. He's had an excellent couple of years in Test match cricket. Just a word with Ollie Robinson as he walked past him. Wonder if England will go short at him as they did at Edgbaston, or because it's moving around, just challenge the outside edge for a while. Great stats, averaging nearly 47. Well, talking about that short ball theory, it looks like England is setting up for line and length bowling. 3 slips and a gully, very conventional field. Mid off, mid on. Square legs just going back, so perhaps Ben Stokes just wants to have that at the back of Travis Head's mind, that there might be the odd short ball. But I think they're right. I mean, these are not the conditions to be banging in halfway down. Probe off stump, bring those slips into play. Yeah, just the odd one every now and then to keep him honest, but it is moving round, as we just saw with that Labuschagne delivery. And Head scores quickly. His strike rate in the last couple of years is around about 80, so he's no slouch. Movement straight away, good length. These two know each other from their Sussex days a couple of years ago. And this was the beauty from Robinson. Just went up the slope enough to find the outside edge. Stokes just brought a leg slip into play, which might have made some difference. I'd probably not. Those sort of deliveries, it doesn't matter what your field is, they're always going to be challenging for the batsman. That short ball. It's good from Robinson, mixing it up. Yeah, and England need to raise the intensity here. This is a crucial period of the game. It's fine when Australia are 2 down and they've got men who are both in, but where England are now, having elected to bowl first, they've got a new batsman at the crease. Make it hard for him, make it feel difficult, make it intimidating. Got to recognise these moments within Test matches. That's the variation. Really good from Robinson. A wicket maiden. 198 for 3. What's often said about batting in England, you're not ever in completely, and that scorecard tells you that 3 batters have got in and got out, especially on this pitch. Kookaburra ball in Australia, 55 overs old, probably gun barrel straight or a bit of gentle reverse, and the spinner would have been on. In England, these conditions, Duke's ball, it's still doing a bit. That's the difference. Good bowling from Robinson. It was a bit fuller and a bit straighter, the ball that got Labuschagne. Labuschagne will be thinking, could I have left it like I did the previous delivery? Shorter and wider, bit fuller, bit straighter, drew him into the shot.
Jimmy Anderson just trying the in-swinger on that occasion. You can understand why that's a useful ball for him to bowl when he is bowling at the nursery end. Steve Smith getting a long way across his crease, leaving a lot of deliveries. This one sort of swinging it against the slope. It's different problems for the batsman.
Wicket maiden followed by a maiden. Better from England, 198 for 3.
.198 for 3 Australia. Nice run rate today. They're scoring at a good clip, although things have dried up in recent times. England are bowling much better since tea. Bit of movement in the air. And the runs had dried up prior to that shot. It's where Travis Head absolutely loves them. Short, wide. Boy from Adelaide, they don't miss out there too often.
Yeah, it's a nice ball to face at the start of your innings. Short, wide, everybody up on the offside. He's a very aggressive batter, as Travis Head. We've seen that now. We've seen the way that he plays. England knows the way that he plays, and it's actually quite a lovely position he comes into bat. 3 for 200 in the 57th over. Deep square leg back. Line leg back.
He flicks it away. Quite a unique style, actually, Travis Head. No great movement of the feet. stays very side on to the ball. But he's made for this shot. He's generally back and across first. He loves scoring square of the wicket. He pulls a bit. He doesn't love the short ball by any means, and occasionally it looks awkward playing it because he's so side on. But if you get it wrong, he'll score quickly. He'll hit you for fours, and he can take the game away from you very quickly.
Yep.
Smith will look for two here. He won't get it though.
And it's just something that England have to be very, very careful about the next hour of play, because I gave them a bit of a spray at tea break and just said that everything that they've done so far hasn't been good enough. It's just been too relaxed. It's just been too much. Oh, the toss we won, the atmospheric conditions have been fantastic, the wicket's green. We should roll Australia for 150, and it hasn't happened. They've waited for things to happen. Well, now is the moment in the game, 3 for 200, that England have got to really try and make something happen here. Robinson good just after the break. Picked up the wicket of Marnus. A short and wide ball to head is not somewhere that Robinson needs to go. And it's up to Ben Stokes to rally his troops here and make sure that they turn up in this next hour.
Well, generally the bowling so far today from England has been good. As you say, that's where England have bowled, their seamers have bowled to Australia's top 4 throughout the series so far. So Edgbaston and again today. And that's where they've bowled to Travis Head so far in the series. So they're definitely targeting him on that short ball. As I said, he's an unusual player. Generally left-handers love to score on the leg side. They open up and pull well and work off their hip. Not so for Travis Head. Generally very strong through the offside. Oh, that's through it. It's missed everything. I don't know how. Inside edge, it's missed his pads, missed the stumps. Unfortunately for England, it didn't miss the stumps because it's a no ball.
Tenth no ball today for England. Striving for something extra. Ball in a decent area. Did enough, and it's still doing enough, and that's why I really think that England have to in this next hour try and control and get back into this game, because at the moment they're nowhere near this game.
When I showed you that pitch map a moment ago, that heat map of where England are bowling, but you don't want to get carried away bowling short to Travis Head. You see that previous ball he played and missed. He doesn't move his feet a lot, so when the ball is moving, get it up there, get it in driving. Look at his foot movement here. It's almost non-existent. Look at the gap there between bat and pad. Get it up there while it's moving. Not there, not there. He loves them there, Travis Head. Hit them for 4 every day of the week. 209 for 3.
A change of angle doesn't matter. Around the wicket, over the wicket, if it's short and wide, we've seen that so many times. Travis Head is not going to miss out there.
Looking at Steve Smith out there, moves to 45 with that single. I was saying early on,
Beautiful,
I've seen him
mate,
do this a
beautiful.
lot. Comes out, plays almost like a one-day game for the first 20 balls. He was 24 off 15, and now he's 45 off 92 balls. He comes out, he quite fidgety, but you could see the energy was in the feet early on. He moved around a lot, he got himself going, played a pull shot, a couple of drives, and gets away, and then when he does, it's in a way it's a similar theory to the whole Bazball theory that England are using. Get the field set back and then work the ball. Just work the gaps.
It's that maybe, Tubbs, but it's also maybe just for Steve Smith to get into his innings. I remember doing it on numerous occasions. What do they call it? The red ball run. I used to hit the ball to mid-on and just sprint and get off naught, but just get myself into the game. Get myself off naught, get myself to 10, and try and be really aggressive in a calculated way. And what it does is it just gets you seeing the ball earlier,
No run!
picking length, being comfortable with the short ball, also understanding some scoring areas. And then once you're in the game and you're starting to feel the way that the game is starting to be played, you can relax and you can just go into your bubble and you can start playing. And then all he needs to do is pick off the bad ball. And you can see his eyes there. He's way more comfortable now, Steve Smith. At the start of his innings, his head would have been moving more. We saw at the start, he was pushing through mid-on, flicking through mid-wicket. That right there is a very, very in-control Steve Smith. At the start of his innings, he wanted to get to the place where he is now. And to do that, he needed to be jittery. He needed to move around his crease, and he needed to be a little bit more positive. And that's why it's very ominous that you've got somebody in the fashion of Steve Smith now who's just so calm. That right there is a picture of calmness.
What he does well in those early moments is, yes, he's more jittery. He's looking to hit the ball more. He's looking to score more runs. And what's well bowled, Jimmy Anderson, but he doesn't tend to go after the wide one. He's got an ability to, yes, to want to get bat on ball, but also pick up the length and line very quickly. So he doesn't flash at the wide one. If he gets an opportunity to play a pull shot or a drive, he'll do it, but only when the ball's at him, not the wide one. Flashes just short of Mahan Ahmed there, just behind point. Wasn't a catch, landed about a metre in front of him, and that's the hot spot. If someone like Travis Head loves playing through that point, backward point region. .211 for 3. It's a good combination this for Australia. Travis Head once he gets himself set, try and be a bit more of the aggressor here. Steve Smith very comfortable just to play at his own pace. So good run rate, 3.64 for Australia. Very good in the middle session. Really got away from England in that middle session. England much better since tea. Oh, when he gets away with one there. Travis Head tucked him up. Inside edge, like it went back over the top of leg stump. Fortunate too.
Yeah, well, deep square leg and fine leg are back, so they're in catching positions just for the top edge pull and for the short delivery that Ollie Robinson may bowl. We've seen now on 2 occasions Travis Head's not moving his feet, and he may be thinking about that short ball.
And that's what he does so well. He can be annoying to bowl to, I reckon, Travis Head, because you feel you're a chance there because there is no foot movement, but he's got a great eye and good hands, and he just flicks that through point for 4, and already he's raced onto a runner ball 16.
I mean, this is a beautiful shot. I mean, that looks very, very similar to the previous delivery, doesn't it? Where his feet are nowhere, the ball just goes a little bit further away from him and he crunches it through the offside. But it's something that England need to really just make sure it doesn't get away for them. Because Travis Head, if he bats for an hour and a half, sometimes he can get to 60, 70 real quick.
And I was just saying a minute ago, Steve Smith will love it. He can just sit back, play like Steve Smith, knock it around.
No run.
That's why I think you've got to be full to Travis Head. It doesn't come a long way forward. That front foot doesn't go very far at all. If I was playing against Travis Head, I'd be saying to my bowlers, if he cover drives us all day and he makes 100, I'll tip my cap and say, well played. But if he's hitting me through point or off the back foot through cover, then our length's too short.
And I don't think you're saying bowl him half volleys all day, because a player of international quality is going to put you away if you're going to bowl half volleys. You certainly have the bouncer in it.
And now through the leg side. He's punched that again. A bit of bottom hand up the hill. Another boundary for Travis Head.
Runs are flowing here for Australia. If you're wearing one of those jerseys, you're going to be sitting pretty happy here at Lord's, or at on your couch at home. It's all happening all too easy for Australia. Backward point went out onto the backward point boundary, so there's a sweeper on the offside. The square leg is back. It's Jimmy Anderson. Difficult for Ben Stokes here, because the runs are now coming both sides of the wicket with Travis Head. Setting a field for that's very difficult. Rate of 3.77 here with Australia today.
There you go. Travis said no great surprise. The red ones are the boundaries. You bowl short wide outside off stump, you're going to go. The last one was the one on the pads, a little bit full, a little bit straight. Got to be round off stump and fullish to Travis Head. Right about there. Works pretty well. It works pretty well for most batsmen, to be honest. 2-2-1 for 3. View, Lord's Cricket Ground. Always an absolute pleasure to be at this ground, whether you're playing, watching in the stands, or up here in the commentary box. Wonderful place to play cricket. Crowd have come back in. The scoring rate's been good. Cricket's been good. Weather's improved throughout the day. Started very gloomily.
No.
It's Steve Smith at his best. Annoyed with himself. Missed an opportunity there.
Look at the Moan Alley, Woody, Beach, Dan Lawrence, sitting on the bank, watching the South Indians pretty comfortable there.
So good, Jim.
Also quite interesting to see the fields now and attacking England. The sweepers are back. I think Ben Stokes understands the importance of making sure the leakage of runs doesn't escalate at the rate that it's escalating at the moment. Rain Ahmed was deep square leg. You got Ben Duckett at deep backward point. He had a fine leg in position. He had 2 slips only to Steve Smith. So there's a lot happening for the England skipper. 3rd slip comes out now, so Harry Brook is going to backward point, so there's a ring on the offside. It's about holding. It's about just making sure that head doesn't get away anymore. Tight lines. Just there. Stay there.
Saying a moment ago, the weather's improving, although it's looking out on the ground, it's quite a few shadows cast by the lights here. The lights have been on all day. They were turned on very early in the day. Looking at all the fielders and Jimmy Anderson running in, they're still casting about 4 different shadows from the various lights around the ground. Launches into that, fine Stokes, but there's one there that he actually did move that front foot a little bit. He doesn't do it a lot, but as I was saying earlier, as a captain, I don't mind seeing that. I prefer to see him driving a ball like that than something short and wide. That's a good finish. 2-2-2 for 3.
Brilliant, Jimmy!
Quite nice over there. London Eye. Robinson. Oh, hello. What's happened there? The English players not happy about that. And if I was a fast bowler, I wouldn't be either. Running in, but someone's obviously moved behind the bowler's arm, and right at the very moment that Ollie Robinson was about to let the ball go. Good length. Actually, it always intrigues me that here at the ground at Lords, and I'm not sure if there's any other grounds in England left where there's members sitting right behind the bowler's arm. You can see there the sight screens, then you've got a fence, but you've got the members there. Players are generally quite pedantic when it comes to people anywhere near the sight screen, and yet somehow at Lords, players don't seem to have a problem with it.
I think Trent Bridge is the first ground that springs to mind. Members sitting right behind the bowler's arm. Manchester, they turned the pitch around. They've had it turned around for a while, so I can't really remember if the members are sat the Oval. Oval for sure. Headingley, I don't think Headingley, no, there's side screens there and the teams are above the side screen, the home side screen.
No run. I can recall New Zealand opening batsman John Wright, lovely man John Wright, but he could see people walking deep square leg while he was facing up. He was the most infuriating player to play against. He would turn around to Alan Border, who is got on very well with him. He'd say, "Oh, sorry, Alan, sorry, but I saw someone moving over deep mid-on or deep mid-off." He was terrible. Saurav Ganguly there. Crowd that. Yeah, Saurav, yeah, he was one who picked up
absolutely
movement around the bowler's arm. Well, that squared him up, Steve Smith, but he's got it away off a thick outside edge. They'll get 2. They may even think about 3, but they won't.
Remember having that ding-dong with Mitchell Johnson at the MCG, Tubbs, where it was a very windy day and there was packets that were coming across. We kept stopping Mitchell halfway through his run up, and he just got cross and more cross. It was a funny period of play. Johnny Bairstow actually coming to me, can you please stop it?
Yes, you've got to pick your moments sometimes, haven't you? And your bowlers with that sort of stuff. Like another no ball. That's number 11. I think I can remember Dean Jones asking Curtly Ambrose to take his white wristbands off in a one-day game. That went down well. We were 2 for 50 chasing 200, bowled out for 150, and Curtly got 6 for 43 or something like that, including my wicket. There's Mervyn Hughes and Jeff Marsh on the right of screen.
Yes.
Well, Smith eased that through cover. That will be 50 for Steve Smith. Won't be 4. It's a nicely controlled innings. Started off quickly, and now he's found his pace, and another 50 in Test match cricket.
Yeah, he's under a little bit of pressure, Steve Smith, coming into this because he missed out on such a flat wicket last week in Birmingham. But the great players, they turn up. And on a very difficult wicket this morning, it must be said, he's managed to get himself to 51 so far. Looks like he's really set here, Steve Smith. He's set for a big one. He's got a 200 here at Lord's. When he bats, he likes to bat long. But there's still enough in this wicket. We saw a delivery a couple of overs ago from Robertson.
Yep.
Travis Head played and missed. Just missed his off stump. So there's enough there. There's still enough for England to try and get a few Australian wickets as quickly as they can. 230 for 3.
Looking at that strike rate there. 51 off 102, striking at 50. He started off his first 24, came from 15 balls. So his last 27 have come from 87. Gets himself set and then just finds the pace that he wants to play the game at. At 32, Head and Smith. Added him fairly quickly. Change of bowling. Josh Tongue back into the attack. He's looked the best, although I think at times Broad's looked very dangerous. Broad doesn't have a wicket. He could easily have had Smith and Labuschagne. He's had them both out and given not out on review.
Yeah, I thought Tongue has been very good today. Just the speeds that he bowled, how he hurried a few of the batters, a couple of the deliveries that cut David Warner in half and just before he knocked him over.
Oh no.
First time I've seen him bowl live. Interesting action. Strong through the crease. Nippy. Hits the bat hard.
Well, he's had 15 months out of the game with right shoulder problems, nerve problems. He's done well to come back so quickly, really. Smith heaves him away. And Ahmed's out there on the boundary. He'll keep that to 1. Very front on action. His arm actually goes past the perpendicular. Drag that one down. He has the ability to swing it away from the right-hander. This will be a good battle, this. Tongue picked up David Warner from around the wicket with a beauty that swung in and kept going on down the hill. He's got to get his length right, though, to Travis Head. He'll look to attack here. Straight away, first ball's not a bad one to Travis Head, but he punches it through cover point. Gee, he times them well through there.
It's as good a shot as you've seen all day. Looks to commit on the front foot and then sees the length is just a little bit shorter than full commitment on that front foot, and look at that. Shimmies onto the back foot and punches. Races up the hill. 26 he's got from 25 now, Head.
Now on the leg side, he flicks that away. Yeah, just a single. Not an easy man to bowl to, Travis Head. Unorthodox. Far from technically correct, but a brilliant eye, good hands, and just an aggressive mindset. See the ball, hit the ball.
So batting with the right hand at the bowler has to come around the wicket, over the wicket, around the wicket. Lines are different, lengths are different. And he gets those punches off the back foot, punches off the front foot. And the scoreboard just keeps ticking along. Already a partnership of 38 here between these two. Wasn't that long ago that we saw the back of Marnus.
Now Smith drives, brilliantly fielded. That'll be Stokes for sure, yeah. An acknowledgement from Steve Smith. Damn you. But another 50 for Steve Smith. 38 of them in Test match cricket to go with his 3100s. Over 9,000 runs now for Smith. Second quickest man to that mark, 9,000 runs. Kumar Sangakkara, 172 innings. Steve Smith, 174 innings for that mark. He's looked good today, looked really good. Started briskly. And just in recent times, he's backed it off and looks in total control at the moment. Test match next week up in Leeds. He missed the Leeds test 4 years ago after that concussion blow. That famous test match where Ben Stokes got England over the line. Steve Smith had to sit and watch that on the sidelines. He'll be looking forward to that. I saw his father Peter here before the test match, so family's in town. So it'll be Stuart Broad take over from Ollie Robinson from the pavilion end of the ground. Round the wicket to Travis Head. It's too straight down the leg side. He's just flicked the pad and will race away for 4 leg byes. More runs for Australia.
Yeah, lots for Ben Stokes to think about right now. Feels the lines, the lengths.
That's the spot. That's the spot. Got to stay there though. You've got to back them up over and over again. It's the spot to Travis Head. either man up in the scoreboard there's got it wrong, or we've got it wrong here. Well, as an Australian, we'll take the 241. Benedict shaking his head at me. It's not going to happen. Well, there's the edge. Once again, it finds a gap. And once again, it goes all the way to the rope.
Yeah, you said he's a dangerous player, Tubbs. Scores in unconventional areas with some of the shots that he does play. Here's another one through gully. Full from broad. And it's actually the perfect bit of bowling. He brought about the edge, but because of the nature of what the score is, there's not enough catches. Third slip, fourth slip, there was a few overs ago, but now there's a cover, extra cover. 2 slips is a catching mid-wicket because of how freely headers scored.
Come on, pass the outside edge. Just watching that drive there from Travis Head. Ben Stokes in the background of one of those replays there. Just dropped the head for a moment as if to say, oh, I needed to have a go. Where do I have him for this guy? He's so hard to get a man everywhere for Travis Head. Just watch Ben Stokes here. Top left of your screen. There he is. Head goes down. Oh no. Needed a man there.
Tubbs, I think if they're patient enough and the lines and lengths that Broad bowled in Birmingham and where he's bowling right now, you don't need a short mid-wicket. I think you can have that catching in the gully. It's a very defensive field having that mid-wicket in place. I think it's Harry Brooks standing there at short mid-wicket. And have him in the gully. There's still enough in it. We've seen the last nick went for 4. We also saw the play and miss. The half chance that England need to take.
Yep, couple. That's wonderful timing up the hill. Oh, it's just about the shot of the day for mine. Oh, just a little bit straight. And away through mid-wicket it went. 248 for 3.
Australian run rate heading towards 4 and over. A lot of that because of the partnership now between Smith and Head. 50 from 54 deliveries.
Yep. Yes, Ray.
A lot of that run-a-ball partnership has been because of Travis Head getting in, and maybe even England allowing him to get in, Ricky Ponting.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mel. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I mean, he's come out and scored the runs that the way that he wants to score them. And I think what we learned about England at Edgbaston was it looked like they weren't going to allow him to do that. The moment he came in, they set that short ball field. They went after him straight away. They've chosen not to go that way today. And you look up, and once again, he's 35 off 32.
And he goes after the pull shot again. Picks out Wokes, who's one of the 2 substitute fielders out there for England at the moment. As the 250 comes up for Australia, 3 wickets down. I'd like to get your thoughts on Travis Head, because I look at him since he's been back into the Australian side and had that consistent spot and been performing so well. And one thing I notice, he's got a smile on his face more times than there are at the moment. There's a freedom about his play, and I don't mean that it's reckless by any stretch, but it's almost like he's enjoying this opportunity, second chance. And now all of a sudden he's, in terms of that last 4 years, he's got one of the highest combined averages and strike rates in Test match cricket. You can see they're averaging 58 in this year alone.
Yeah, he's now playing in Test cricket the way that everyone's seen him play in first-class cricket and Sheffield Shield cricket right from the start. Any time he went back to Shield cricket or even before he was picked for Australia, he played this way. And I think with him it was just an experience thing, working out at Test level if that style of play was actually going to work for him.
Change in approach here from Ben Stokes. He's pushed himself back 2/3 of the way to the boundary at backward square.
Yep.
And so head just sits in behind it and nudges it to the offside. Sorry, onside for one. That's what players are always told when they're picked for their national sides, isn't it? You've been picked because of your form in first-class cricket. Keep that style and approach going.
Yeah, you're always told that, but it's a harder thing to do. It's a very gutsy thing to do, to go out in your first few Test matches and continue to be that really naturally aggressive player. But what we've seen with Travis Head is the more that he's backed himself, the more confidence he's got, and obviously the more runs are coming with that.
252 for 3.
Yeah, in front. Wait, Tony.
Broad, 14 overs, none for 56, coming in from the pavilion end.
An unusual field here you see with Travis Head. Because he's so strong square of the wicket, have a look where the mid-off fielder is. They don't actually have a mid-off. They have almost an extra cover. So what they're saying to Travis Head is, we're happy for you to change your game and try and hit the ball straight down the ground.
It's that line that keeps England excited when Travis Head is on strike. Spoken about his minimal footwork, particularly covering the line. It's a leading edge and it goes straight to mid-off.
Let's have a look at Travis Head today. I talked about that field that they had, and this is the reason why. Strong through mid-wicket. We've seen him clip a couple through mid-wicket, but look where his offside boundaries are. All very square of the wicket, just in front of cover. Very little straight down the ground, so that's good planning from England. But I think that what that can sometimes do, because there's no mid-off, makes the bowlers bowl wider, because they know they haven't got protection straight. And that's playing right into Travis Head's hands. That's where he wants you to bowl.
We just talked about the difficulty of players to come in if they're batters and they're aggressive batters in first-class cricket, to be brave and play that game at the next level. It's the same thing for the bowlers, isn't it? To bowl into areas that you know if the batter gets it right, they're going to score runs off.
Yeah, there's always two ways to look at it, isn't it? When you're tactically trying to pull apart an opposition batsman, do you set fields and try and bowl to their weaknesses, or do you actually pack up their strengths and bowl to their strengths and maybe play on their ego a little bit? Keep lots of catches in on the offside square there, bowl there, and see if the batsman's willing to change the way that he plays. They have changed the field this over as well for Travis Head. The last over, Stuart Broad was operating with a mid-wicket and a deep square leg, and they had a vacant gully region. They've now gone with the 2 slips and about a 4th or a 5th slip. We saw one fly through there last over. There is some movement away from the left-hander's outside edge. Looks like Harry Brook that might be in that sort of gully region. Yeah, there he is, the man on screen.
Yeah, it's through. It's beaten mid-on. Bit of space to work up the hill there. For Travis Head.
Yeah, look, I am very surprised so far, to be honest, that they've allowed Travis Head to come out and play this way. I know these are swinging and seam-friendly conditions, but the fact that they haven't gone to that short ball plan yet is a real surprise. He's already 40, shared a 58-run partnership. He's got his runs the way that he wants to. I think early on, with someone like him, you've actually got to make him get his runs where he doesn't want to, where he's not comfortable. And I think they've just missed a trick here so far this afternoon.
As that one dies through to Bairstow. Finish off another broad over. 256 for 3. Tony Bairstow's had to manage conditions here today. Ball moving more than it did at Edgbaston. I think is a little bit more bounce through at one end, getting the slips right. Bowling in his second test match, Josh Tong.
Oh, not now. He's missed a few of those in the last half a dozen overs, actually, Steve Smith. Mark Taylor in the last stint talked about when he comes out to bat, a bit of a trait of his in his test career is that he comes out and scores quite quickly in his first 20 or 25 balls, and then once he gets off to a bit of a start, then slows down, gets into his bubble, and then really tries to wear the bowlers down. There's been a lot of mistimed drives. That bottom hand grip that we all talk about all the time, you can see that's just coming in a little bit more than normal and closing the bat face down on impact.
No.
Little bit of acknowledgement. Yep, you like that one? Yeah, not too bad. Moving away, that was me. No, that was me. So what's he telling himself if he has missed out on those few, other than, I can't believe it?
Mel, I honestly don't know what he's saying to himself. No one knows.
Yep.
But I think what we saw there was a really good illustration of how sometimes he can struggle with that really strong bottom hand grip. It's very rare that you'd say that about Steve Smith, but if it is into his driving that bottom hand can get a little bit too strong. He plays the ball a fraction earlier than he'd want to, and then the bat face closes down. It's been that sort of wicket today. Well, he's actually not talking to himself there. He's just saying to Jimmy, well bowled, mate. That's a beauty. Not much I can do with that one.
Oh, and he tried to go up and over as it follows him.
And from memory, that's only the second short ball that Travis Head has faced in this whole inning so far, and the first one was the over before. And straight away, there's what you would call a discomfort for the batter. Not sure whether to play, whether to leave. That angle also, I think, annoys him a little bit when the ball keeps coming back at him. They've got a man now, backward square leg, about halfway to the fence, a regulation fine leg, and obviously their deep square has got to be in front.
That's the line, but that's racing away. Bit of work to be done. And it beats fine leg.
So that's another area that I'm surprised. In Birmingham, they had a leg slip, or at least a leg gully. They got the ball up under that right armpit of the left-hander. They made things uncomfortable for him. And what we've seen through his career, he tends to follow the ball down the leg side with his hands like that. He doesn't need to play at that ball. He can swivel inside the line of that. England need to identify that, look at that, and have a catcher there for that exact delivery.
Oh, he goes after that, and that's through to Bairstow as well. So finally, England going a little bit shorter to Head and causing a few issues. 261 for 3, 66 overs bowled. It's time for a drink. Ben Stokes won the toss, sent Australia in day one, the second test here at the Ashes. And it was Khawaja and Warner opening up. That was a tough, tough chance to root at first slip. That was an easier one. So they were creating opportunities, England. But meanwhile, David Warner looking to go on the charge. That was a 6 to bring up his half-century, first of the tour. And that sent both teams to lunch early as Josh Tong gets his first wicket against Australia. And he thought, I enjoyed the first one so much, I'm going to double it up as he gets Warner. That brought Smith and Labuschagne together for an important partnership for Australia before Robinson made the breakthrough. Meanwhile, after a brisk start from Steve Smith, he settled on down and chalked up another half-century for the green and gold.
Yeah, Warner was very good, I thought, today. Really good, positive intent. Got the scoreboard ticking over for the Australians. Both got good deliveries, didn't they? From Tong, Warner and Khawaja, both back down the slope. Labuschagne played well. Looked a bit more comfortable in this innings than he has. Scored very freely through the leg side, which we haven't seen World Test Championship or in the first game at Edgbaston.
Ricky, one thing I have noticed from the England side of things, we talk about discipline in cricket, whether it's white ball or red ball, is the amount of no balls that England have bowled. And the one that surprised me most is Stuart Broad. You go back through his career of bowling, he was often his whole foot behind the line. This series alone, they've been pushing it ball after ball.
Yeah, just getting that little bit older, maybe just driving for that little bit of extra pace. The interesting thing, and I brought this up with you on air with that, is what you see now, the guys that play a lot of T20 cricket, I think, tend to bowl less no balls in the Test game as well because of the penalty that comes with it in the white ball game, the shortened version. You overstep, obviously it's a free hit. So the bowlers that play a lot of that have grooved themselves into a certain run-up pattern that makes sure that almost ensures that they keep their foot behind the line. You think about the guys in this particular game that have bowled the most no balls. It's the guys that don't play a lot of T20 cricket.
I would have thought bowling a no ball and then bowling Usman Khawaja in the first test might have been a little bit of a wake-up call, but look at the stats since May of last year, 2022. England are averaging about 9.5 no balls a test match. Comparative, Australia just a tick under 4.
That's a good sign. It's a good sign for Travis Head when he's hitting the ball firmly back down the ground. I mean, there are lots of good signs with him with his batting in the last 2 years, has to be said. You talked about his strike rate and his average being one of the best in world cricket, and it has been that. It's, you know, his strike rate is in the mid-80s in the last 2 years, which is quite remarkable. We also, Mel, talked about his freedom and how free in the mind he looks. He's never half-hearted at anything. He's coming out, he's seeing the ball, he's hitting the ball, keeping things really simple. And when you're in that frame of mind as a batsman, you just want to keep going with it all the time, because it doesn't last forever. And he takes a couple of bad knocks in a row, and some of those small doubts creep back into your mind, but he's riding a wave at the moment. I'll tell you what he does as well. When he comes in and bats like this, he makes life so much easier for the guy at the other end.
I think he makes it easier for the coaches too, because when you know you've got a player like this who can just shift the game so quickly, it allows both coach and captain to have a little bit more freedom of plans as well. You're not stuck to one style of playing. A little bit of bottom hand coming in to that drive to find the space for a couple of runs for Head. 264 for 3.
Let's have a look at the length the seamers have bowled to Travis Head today. Now that, if you asked him what he wanted, I'm pretty sure he'd say that. In fact, he might want more on that good length, that 8 to 6 metres and just outside off stump. He might want a few more there. But even looking back at that last over from Stuart Broad, a lot of very, very full balls. A couple punched back to him that was saved. The last one was off the inside edge, a little bit through mid-on for a couple. You can see there even the worry about the short. You can see that he's got his chest guard on, hiding under that short sleeve vest.
That's a lovely shot. He's missed out on a few through the cover region, but gets into a perfect position straight down the ground.
Yeah, and the thing with a straight drive compared to a cover drive is you have to wait that little bit longer, and that's what he did there. Just waited that little bit longer till the ball was down underneath his eyes. That then allows the full face of the bat onto the ball. Regardless of that strong bottom hand, he still gets the full face on it, punches it hard back down the ground. A class shot from Smith.
I feel like Travis Head, are you chatting to Steve Smith a bit, just in terms of giving him feedback or?
Yep. It's easy single to mid on. Yeah, I think you would be. I think that's part of being in a team, part of partnership batting. Is actually being in that partnership with your mate, regardless of how good he is, you know, #1 player in the world, how well he's going on the day. The more that these guys play together, the more little idiosyncrasies they'll pick up about each other, and when they might be struggling, and the way that you can talk to them to help them through certain phases of the game. It was one of the great strengths of the teams that I played in with, particularly Langer, Hayden and myself. You know, we played maybe 100 test matches together or close, and we could almost read each other's minds. Pick up something in their backlift, or pick up something to where they might just be starting to premeditate. You could stop and get down there and tell them to reset, get back on again, worry about the next ball.
think the short stuff is coming, and Travis Head is aware of that. No slips in play, stacked onside field, gets into position, and the 50 is up in just 48 deliveries.
That's a good shot too. In position nice and early. Almost premeditating that short ball coming with the field they had set. He's very happy to take on the short ball. When he's in and set, he's happy to take it on, and he scores freely from it. And that's why I went back earlier talking about this is the plan they should have started with.
Back to over the wicket.
One thing I like to see when he is playing the pull shot, how he swivels up on his toes and doesn't get flat-footed and just try and swat the ball from there. He actually went with that. The angle coming into him, he was able to get back in a good position early, up on his toes, and actually swivel with the shot.
Yep. Just a little tug off the hip.
Bravo.
So we have a look at the strike rate versus the short balls.
Yeah, I think that's quite a telling stat right there. From 0 to 24 runs, 25 onwards, strikes at 50. But once he's in and set, have a look how it goes up there. Strike rate goes through the roof.
Oh, that is a peak. .274 for 3. He is loving his time in the middle order for Australia of late, is Travis Head. He's had a brilliant cycle throughout the World Test Championship, culminating in a wonderful knock at the Oval a couple of weeks ago. And it's a pretty handy way to bring up the 50 as well. It's an 102 strike rate for Travis Head. He's catching up to Steve Smith very quickly. It's just getting better. The pull shot to bring up the 50, followed by the glorious cover drive to say I can hit boundaries off both lengths.
Yeah, that's not overly full. That is not a half volley. That is someone that's very confident in his game, confident in his own skin. Limited footwork, you see it again. Straight down the wicket, trusts his eyes and trusts his hands. That's what he does. He releases his hands through the line. More often than not, finding the middle of the bat and finding the gap.
Wait there, no run.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think most Australians were probably saying 4 years ago it's his lack of footwork that's getting him into strife. Now, the same type of, I mean, it's a good stride forward. But he's in a completely different mindset here.
It's a short backlift, isn't it? But it's a long follow through. You see his hands follow up over his shoulder. That bat sort of folds across his back. That shorter backlift gives him really good control of the bat.
And again, that's hit the boot, I think, of Stuart Broad. Question is, does it save the boundary? No. Hit with too much force.
Well, they're going to have to find a way to stop this here, England, because this is slipping away really quickly. Its partnership's out to 84 off 87 balls, and Travis Head's done most of the damage. 59 off 53. We heard about this Bazball philosophy, and they'll keep attacking, keep looking to take wickets. If they keep doing that, then this Travis Head in this sort of form, he's going to be 100 before you know it. It's the fourth time in this innings, short innings from Travis Head, that he's hit 2 boundaries in and over. And only 3 balls into this over as well, so there's every chance there could be more.
No run!
The brains trust just coming together. Just trying to figure out an approach here to try and counteract what Travis Head is providing here. Ben Stokes has been quite innovative in his captaincy with field placements, particularly at Edgbaston. He's been a little bit more traditional today. Flicked away nicely. There is protection. It's not too often teams will be saying they're happy to bowl to Steve Smith than whoever's at the other end. Brooke, Pope and Anderson are off the field at the moment. Wokes, Ahmed and Ronnie McKenna. Substitute fielder for England. Two boundaries in that broad over. Australia move along to 283 for 3.
Well, we've got 55 minutes play or thereabouts remaining today. 55 minutes in which England have to try and turn things around. What has not been a good day for them, threatening to unravel completely with this partnership of 85 from just 90 balls, and Travis Head better than a runner ball 60 alongside Steve Smith unbeaten on 62. Conditions have been right for England's bowlers today, but we've had a couple of drop catches in the first session, some lacklustre bowling and some very good Australia batting. Owen, does that about sum it up?
Evening, evening everyone. Yeah, I think it does. It's been all Australia today. Certainly we've become accustomed to the run rate that both sides score at, but not given the conditions here at Lord's. Ball has swung and seamed. The wicket has some live green grass on it. Conditions for the majority of the first 2 sessions were overcast, certainly all in England's favour. But Australia have been excellent, particularly Smith and Head, Labuschagne to a certain extent, and David Warner early on really set the tone. Clarity in what they were trying to achieve, very deliberate by Smith and Labuschagne, playing aggressively. taking full advantage of the platform laid early.
Yeah, it struck my mind that there are similarities to the final against India at the Oval. Difficult early conditions. Warner's innings may go a little bit under the radar, but shouldn't, because that opening partnership of 73, very important. And that's allowed somebody like Travis Head now to come in against an old ball, 60-70 over old ball, and really counter-attack. Which he did against India, but he needed the platform set by others. Need it, but he took advantage, should I say, of the platform set by others. So very important innings by Warner today. Smith has held things together. People have played around him. And 284 for 3 is not what England were hoping for at the start of the day. How much should we be concerned by Anderson, who struggled to make inroads at Edgbaston, but didn't have the conditions there? He described them as kryptonite for him, but they're kind of perfect here, yet he hasn't looked threatening either.
No, he hasn't. 15 overs, on for 29. You'd normally expect.
Lovely drive, very different to Travis Head, who's got a short back lift and is a punchy kind of player. Smith really picking the bat up there and flowing through the ball. 288 for 3.
This is a wonderful shot again from Steve Smith. A little bit of width on offer, and again we see the full face of the bat. Access to the ball. Taking the gap. It really is excellent batting. Even he is happy with that shot, I think.
Quite sunshine, quite hazy here at Lord's. It was very gloomy in the morning. Slightly truncated first session with a couple of interruptions. Conditions have improved a little throughout the day, but you'd have to say they've been pretty good for bowling throughout. Second new ball, 10 overs away, 50 minutes play remaining. Time for Joe Root. It's kind of what you'd expect, really, the run rate to gradually pick up throughout the day, but England would hope that it would be from a lower start.
Oh, Joey, nice!
England have 3 substitute fielders on at the moment, of which Rayan Ahmed is one. Ronnie McKenna is second of the subs. Chris Wokes is out there as well. Swept wide and over mid-on. Smith has looked in control all day today. From the moment he came to the crease, he actually started with a bit of a spurt immediately. He was 20 from 14, and then he's just eased into his game, really. He hasn't looked under threat at all.
No!
293 for 3. So the field is spread again. England have belatedly gone to the short ball field and ploy against Travis Head. Almost a fly slip. 2 or 3 men back on the leg side for the hook. And Head is just pumping it down the ground instead. The field is set very square because short ball is coming, but it didn't get up, and that allowed him just to pummel that through mid-on for 4.
Again, it's really, really good batting from Australia. Knows exactly what's coming. Doesn't get his line right. Allows him to flat bat it with no mid-on.
Stepping away. Just getting into an almost baseball position then very early, because he can predict the length of the ball. 100 partnership, and it's coming very quick time. Just 104 balls. Head has contributed 67 of those, so Smith has just been able to go along in Travis Head's slipstream. Surely that must be very close. He got so far across there. The line looked reasonably straight.
Okay, fine.
Well, the timer has the clock has run down. England haven't reviewed. Maybe my eyes are going, but it looked very close to me.
Yeah, and to me too, Ath. Still have 2 reviews up his sleeve, Ben Stokes. It's nipped back in front of all 3. Perhaps height is in question. Oh, it's very close. Very close.
Right.
Drives firmly, and so firmly that it bursts through Ben Stokes' hands. Well, I want to have a look at this LBW again, because at real speed, I just thought England were bound to review this. He got so far across. He's right in front of all 3. Well, the umpire's call, of course, was not out, so it would have stayed not out. But at least my eyes aren't completely deceiving me. Pulls firmly over one of those men on the leg side. It's 4 more to Travis Head. Runs are just flowing here, and the game rapidly getting out of England's control.
Certainly is, and it's all Australia at the moment. Travis Head's strike rate continuing to improve. 71 from just 62 deliveries at the moment. Taking on the short ball. There are 3 men posted, 2 in the deep, 1 3/4. .307 for 3.
Well, it's brilliant batting from Travis Head, who was one batter that Ben Stokes highlighted ahead of the series. He was asked who do you worry about, who can really damage you, and that man Travis Head was the one that he talked about. A lot of focus obviously on Smith and Labuschagne, Warner, big name players and successful for a long time. The way that Travis Head played in the last Ashes series, I think that was in Ben Stokes' mind, because he had a brilliant series and very dangerous because he scores so quickly.
Yep.
Okay.
Brilliant batting. Even with this second new ball approaching, he's not going to just let England ease their way towards it. This is the time to press the accelerator, put England under pressure, make Stokes bring another bowling change before that new ball becomes available.
It's his 14th boundary. He's made it look very, very easy, looking to take all momentum into that new ball, and it will be taken.
Bowled, very good from Root. The thing about Root is that because he's such a good batter himself, he thinks like one, and he knew exactly what Travis Head was looking to do there.
Oh, wow. Good pace, Joey. Pace, Joe.
Fourth ball as well, just held a bit off the surface. Just spun a little bit, which is not ideal from an England perspective. With an off spinner approaching 500 wickets in the opposition's team, 312 for 3. Smith 72 and at a decent strike rate of 55, but it's Travis Head striking at 110, 75 from 68 balls, and has put England under significant pressure in the final session of the day. The day was set up by Warner first of all, then Labuschagne in partnership with Smith, and now Head, given that freedom and license at number 5 on the back of good batting before him, really tearing into England's bowlers now. Robinson's gone for a slightly more orthodox field with a couple of slips, but also 2 men back, as if Ben Stokes is just hedging his bets and having a bob each way.
Yes!
Steered that through cover. Brook and Anderson giving chase. Fastest 100 by an Australian in England, I hear you ask. Victor Trumper, 1902. How many balls, Benedict? 95 balls.
No run.
Very good from Robinson. Just for a moment, Travis Head slightly misread the length of the ball. It was a bit fuller than he imagined. .315 for 3. So Stokes keeps mid-off and mid-on up. We've already seen Smith go over wide mid-on once.
Yep.
Said route that thinks like a batter. And he saw Travis Head coming. He floated it wider and slower. The ball spun. Johnny Bairstow did the rest.
He sent it up to me. So we're coming to TV umpire to director. We have a umpire's review for stumping. I've checked the front foot. Is that delivery? Can we start the spin vision, please? Is it open to him? Thank you, Will. Okay, just check with Ultra Edge that there's nothing. Thank you, catch up there, and your best one on please. Keep it 1 step behind. And
Tremendous still frame to confirm the end of Travis Head, who's played quite brilliantly for his 77 off 73 balls. It was a lovely piece of thinking and bowling from Joe Root. And good from Johnny Bairstow, just about got the ball in that left mitt and then whipped the bails off. England, boy, did they need that wicket. They badly needed it. It was a brilliant partnership between Head and Smith. Good bit of bowling, Owen.
Excellent piece of bowling. Like you said, much needed. Travis Head, Steve Smith finding things very easy, and that was Joe Root speaking to his skipper. I told you the field I wanted. I told you I'd get the wicket, and it's very, very timely.
So Cameron Green, who didn't always start brilliantly against spin at Edgbaston, remember he was missed second ball in the first innings. Moeen Ali was the bowler on that occasion. Comes to the crease now, 316 for 4. I think it was off the thigh pad or the pad.
Just a hint of turn here from Joe Root from around the wicket. I'd actually like to see him come over the wicket. Cameron Green posed a couple more questions, used the slope.
I did not see that.
Catch! High on the bat. Anderson takes a catch from a short ball. Cameron Green looking to thump it away. Completely mistimed it, what looked like off the splice of the bat. And all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Joe Root has 2 and England have 5.
Well, can you believe it? On a day where conditions suit the seamers, Root gets 2 and an over. The dangerous Travis Head. And now Cameron Green. Green goes for naught. Australia 316 for 5.
Alex Carey comes in at number 7. Golden Arm Root has 2 in the over. On a day that everyone looked at the seamers, it is the off spin of Joe Root that at last has got the breakthroughs for England. Right at the end of the day, with half an hour to go, Carey would have been sitting upstairs comfortably thinking about tomorrow. He's now in the middle. Another left-hander as well. Saw against Travis Head. That ball turned to Travis Head. Turns from very wide. Joe Root has 2 in the over. It's 316 for 5. One off spinner admiring another. A very relaxed position. Let's have a look at the 2 wickets. This one definitely spun. Look at that turn and bounce. Good take in the end from Johnny Bairstow. And then Cameron Green trying to go across the line because of the angle from round the wicket. Splices it to Anderson. Boy, did England need that. 18 minutes extra time today because of the rain earlier, so they'll play on till 6:48 p.m. local time.
Yeah, good evening, Nas. Good evening, everyone. Haven't things just changed in the last 10 minutes? And who would have thought that Joe Root would be the man that could change the momentum of the day back slightly towards England? Yep.
New ball due in 4 overs and 4 deliveries. Are you taking it tonight?
100%. Although Joe Root's looked very dangerous with his off spin, I think I'm going with the new ball tonight. Alex Carey new to the crease. I think if they do take the new ball tonight, they've got a really good opportunity to do some serious damage. They won't get many overs in with it, has to be said. So that's more of a reason why I would take it tonight. So you can guarantee tomorrow morning you'll still have a very new second new ball. Supposed to be a bit of weather around in the morning as well. Maybe a few showers early on. Robinson will be around the wicket to Carey. 3 slips and a leg gully. Captain Ben Stokes puts himself there. He's very close to the bat. Still just enough there. This angle worked for Alex Carey. The first innings at Edgbaston was in good touch. The Australian keeper was around the wicket. The beauty from Anderson. Looked to shape away. It just hit the seam, darted back through the gate. No surprise that England have started in that manner today. Looking for that exact same delivery.
Is Robinson's stop ball from round the wicket. He does just nip it back in, whereas someone like Broad might nip it away. It's been an excellent pitch. There's been a little bit in it for the seamers. You can obviously bat on it the way that Labuschagne, Smith and Head have played, and it's spun as well.
Waiting.
Nice drive, toe end of the bat. Stiff, tired looking Anderson gives chase. And should come back for 3 because of it. They do. The only thing it's lacked the pitch is just that little bit of pace and carry. It's died a bit. May get quicker as we get into day 2, day 3. 3:20 for 5. Joe Root's build up to Cameron Green, 54, 55, and then slightly quicker, different trajectory. And Root was off and celebrating.
Center.
Oh my goodness, Joey. Good Joe.
Change of field, trying to apply a bit more pressure to the new batsman. They had a deep point started this over. He's come up to try and save that one and keep Carey on strike.
Down.
Fancies himself on the sweep, Alex Carey. His record with the reverse sweep this year hasn't been great. Conventional sweep he's very good at. They've got a man at deep square.
Well, I wonder how Smith will see it now. When Root first came on, he went after him and whacked him over wide mid-on for 4. But since then, they've lost a couple of wickets. So he may get his head down for the new ball, for the close. He may still see it as an opportunity to score.
Well, he's into his 6th over here, and I think, knowing the Australians, I think they would have targeted Root to try and get him out of the attack. And when I say get Root out of the attack, that means they've got to bring one of the fast bowlers back just to put some more overs into their legs before that second new ball was taken. Remember back to Brisbane, first test of the last series. It was the Australian left-handers in particular went really hard at Jack Leach for that exact reason. They tried to score as quickly as they could off him, get him out of the attack, which meant that those quicks had to come back and bowl more in that hot Brisbane sun. There's the man there, suffering with a stress fracture at the moment.
Short, and he just hits it out to the man in the deep. He'll keep the strike, Alex Carey. 3-2-3 for 5. "20 minutes left of play here at Lord's. The light's on. We should be okay with the light. No rain around in the morning a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, that little area there, what they're targeting, something that starts just outside Alex Carey's off stump and pitches and comes back through the gate. Looks to go quite hard at the ball, especially when he's sort of defending on the front foot. He'd say he's got quite hard hands at the ball. Been in really good touch. I'm very impressed with the way he's gone about his batting. His keeping's always been of very high quality. His intent to score, his shot making's been first class.
Yep. It's a lovely little punch down the ground. And this time it is Josh Tongue has to give chase. And they will stroll back for 3.
Yeah, nothing more than a slight extension of a forward defence, that from Alex Carey. I'm talking about how hard he goes with those hands. A simple technique. Stride into the ball, but no follow through on that whatsoever. It wasn't quite there to launch into a big drive. He sort of checked the shot, found the middle of the bat. Beautifully timed.
Kept really well at Edgbaston, and obviously, as you can see from those stats, batted really well, and also the tempo. The wicket-keeping batter at number 7, if you can keep that tempo going, so vital for someone like Steve Smith at the other end, that they're not just plodding along. Runs are coming.
No! Slightly wider on the crease on that occasion from Robinson, looking to almost shape one back into Steve Smith. So look at this release here. He's definitely wider on the crease. Where was the shiny side? Yeah, absolutely. Shiny side on the offside, looking to bowl a genuine in-swinger.
Was going to pull that for a second, then he just played a little late dab, takes the single.
Jimmy!
3:27 for 5. Seamers have shared the workload with the exception of Stokes, who must still be really struggling with that knee, and I think that's why they had to play 4 seamers here. As it is, their spinner has got 2 very useful wickets. But at the moment, Stokes is no better than a 5th seamer, and that's why I think they couldn't risk playing a frontline spinner.
It's a really good point you make, Nas. If you've got Ben Stokes at his absolute best with the ball, you can then carry, even a day like today where it was obvious that they wanted to bowl first if they won the toss, you can then carry your spinner through the first part of the game. The seamers can take up the slack, and then you can use your spinner more in the second innings, especially a young one like Rian Ahmed that they'd brought into the squad. You wouldn't have thought on a day like today that he would have done much work, but in the second innings definitely. Changes his pace up subtly, doesn't he? These ones have all been 55. A little bit flatter. That one a little bit of turn. He'll slow one up here at some stage. You're tossing up slower and wider. Push through again, stump to stump.
Lovely routine.
Mathers talked about it in the last stint. A part-time bowler that thinks like a batter. Look at those, 55, 55, 55, 55.
That is a slower, wider one, but beautifully driven by Carey. The fielding's good from Duckett. Long ball there. From route to end the over, 3:29 for 5. .14 minutes to go. 1 over to the new ball. Stokes, Broad and Anderson were having a long chat between overs. We'll see if Broad or Anderson get loose in this over.
Well, a change of angle now for Ollie Robinson. Goes back over the wicket to Alex Carey. A really nice shine on that ball, as you'd expect. Overcast day. Wicket square looks amazing, as it always does here at Lord's. Great grass cover across that square. The outfield's lush. What a clear contrast in shiny side compared to the rough side.
Yeah, it was interesting looking at that ball there, how well they've maintained it. And interesting in this round of county championship games, Ricky, they've been playing county cricket with a Kookaburra ball, and it has been noticeable. A, scores have gone up, and B, spinners have taken wickets as well. Liam Dawson taking wickets, Josh De Carey's for Middlesex, Parkinson has been taking a couple of wickets as well. But just a change in ball in domestic cricket has meant spinners have had a bit more of a go this week.
And what's that all about, Nas? Why are they experimenting with the Kookaburra ball?
Because every time we go to Australia, we get walloped with the Kookaburra ball. So we want, or England want, a balanced attack that can win in all conditions. And I think Benedict gave me the stat. It would have changed now because of Dawson, but a week ago, the top 46 wicket takers, 44 of them were seamers, and it was Leach and Harmer from Essex. So trying to bring spin, trying to be maybe an extra pace in. Root is still shining it up at slip for his arm ball. So maybe they're not going to take it. Anderson and Broad not getting loose. Inside edge, down to fine leg.
Yeah, there's still enough there. A little bit of shape away again. He's drawn into the shot. That's that genuine away swinger on this occasion to the left-hander. You can see the lights that have been on here at Lord's for most of the day. You can see them sort of glaring, glistening off the side of that shiny side of that Duke's ball. And here's the new one there. Ex-teammate of mine, David Mills, played a season down in Tasmania.
Just going to check the no ball, third umpire. And yes, it is. Last thing that Robinson wanted late in the day, having to bowl another one.
Question for you with the captain's hat on, Nas. Tong to me has looked to be the best of the English bowlers today, the most dangerous. With a couple of overs with the new ball tonight, are you giving him a crack, or are you going with the tried and tested of Broad and Anderson?
They don't look overly keen, Broad and Anderson. So I might go Tongue. Fighting. 332 for 5. Well, the new ball is being brought on, David Milnes. Not 100% certain they're taking it. Root's got his cap off. I've got 2 skip. Give me the old ball. Not quite the situation at Edgbaston last week when suddenly Pat Cummins pounced on him and hit him for 14 when England didn't take the new ball.
Here's the 2 variation, or 1 variation. Left of screen, we can see the regulation off spinner of Joe Root. Last ball of last over. There's the arm ball. Look at his one finger behind the seam of the ball. It's a genuine outswing type delivery. They're the little visual cues that batsmen have to pick up to be able to pick that ball as early as possible.
And it did swing as well. Just on the angle, it swung away. So if there's another one, Kohli is in play at first slip if he can get it drifting across.
Yep. He hasn't done much wrong today, has he, Steve Smith? Found the middle of the bat regularly, got off to a flying start. I think he was 25 off his first 14 balls. Gone back into his shell a little bit later in the afternoon. I actually don't mind this Root bowling to Carey as far as England's concerned. They know that he wants to be aggressive. They know that he want to take him on. He'll just be fighting himself here a little bit. The Australian wicketkeeper. All the fieldsmen up, mid on and mid off in regulation positions. Root did get him out in the second innings at Edgbaston. Was sharp caught and bowled.
Oh! Nice bowling, Joe. Nice bowling, mate.
It's worth an arm ball to Alex Carey as well, looking for an LBW. Knows that he likes to sweep. Deep point goes back.
Very good, Joey.
Three for 5. Well, the umpires are waving a new ball around. Looks like they're going to take it. Yeah, they are. 3-3-3. Graham Gooch got all of those in one hit on this ground against India. 100 in the second innings as well. Ollie Robinson with the new ball from the nursery end. Can they get Steve Smith tonight? Australia ahead on the game, batting on this surface in these conditions. England would love Smith.
And straight away you can hear the difference of hardness of that ball. Made a loud crack off the bat. See how that lacquer has already started to crack up. Very thick coating of lacquer on the Duke ball. See there, it almost shatters like glass, doesn't it? It starts to eventually sort of peel off and flake off. Anything short from Steve Smith now, anything short with this new ball, I'm looking to cash in.
Anything full as well. He squirted that away, not off the middle of the bat, but the new ball does hurry away. That's a boundary to Smith. Smith moves to 84.
Very full. Scrambled seam delivery. Just hit across the line of that a little bit, Steve Smith. That probably could have gone back past the bowler's left arm. Tried to hit that back past his right arm and more to mid-on.
It's going to be Broad to bowl the last over of the day once Robinson gets through these 2 deliveries. Broad has been getting loose, not ideal just for 6 deliveries, but he's done it before, he'll do it again. Fitness, all the work he's done away from the game to get him ready for the final bowl at 6:45 in the evening. Oh, just an inside edge on it. He wants to come back for 2 and they settle on 1.
So unusual, this technique. Have a look at this. Look how he plays this, Nas. So far back and across with his right leg, keeps that left leg out of the way, but more often than not manages to hit the ball. He always gets something on it. They're saying that he's been LBW a few times in the stint that he had in county cricket, and obviously the first innings at Edgbaston. I think they'll be a bit more aggressive here to Alex Carey. Do they need that mid-wicket? Do they have another slip or a gully? Robinson bowls well to left-handers. He uses that angle. Pitches the ball down the line of the stumps. Does get it to nip away.
It's good fielding. Robinson is done for the day. 3:39 for 5. Robinson finishes with figures of 21 overs, 1 for 86. They'll be thrilled with their day. Ricky, having lost that toss.
Yeah, absolutely, Nas. They should be. Could have been a whole lot better as well, with those 2 wickets falling late in the day off Joe Root's bowling. I mean, it could be a whole lot worse as well. They'll lose another one now. But definitely, I think everyone expected it to be really, really hard work for the Australian batsmen. Just with the way that this cloud cover's been all day. The lights have been on all day. There was a little bit of grass on the wicket. I didn't think it was excessive grass this morning from what I've seen at Lords in the past. There has been some good movement. I've had a little bit of luck, it has to be said. I don't think England have been that bad. They might be a little bit flat. Another couple of chances have gone down, but they've been past the outside edge a lot. They've had a few inside edges as well that have avoided the stumps.
Crowd trying to lift Broad. Broad trying to lift the crowd. Can he do it again at the end of play? He'll give it a go, that is for certain. He always has done. This time a week ago he was trying to orchestrate the crowd to get up. Not sure you can do that here at Lords. He'll try. One more wicket just to lift them going into the dressing room.
You mentioned it earlier about maybe the lack of pace and lack of bounce and carry in this wicket. Are you surprised by that? And the second part of that question, historically here at Lords, does it quicken up? Do we see a little bit more pace and bounce on day 2 and 3?
Yeah, generally, especially with the sun that we've had. Sometimes, you know, in the middle of the season when you've had a lot of cloud and it's been grey, then you don't get the pace. I'm a little bit surprised hasn't been that pacey. That's 2 pitches now in a row. Hasn't had that much carry. But whereas Edgbaston just died, I think this one tomorrow will be a bit quicker. And obviously Australia with Stark. And in general, I think they're a couple of miles an hour quicker. Again, even the new ball just dying through to Johnny Bairstow.
One ball to go in the day's play. Australia 339 for 5. Definitely, as far as I'm concerned, have shaded England in this day's play. A lot of things in England's favour today with the toss. Conditions, the light's been on. Smith's been outstanding, 85 not out.
Driven finds extra cover, and that will do for day 1. Another excellent day's Test match cricket. And England, having won the toss, will feel that's a missed opportunity. On a green pitch and cloudy skies, all credit to the Australian batting lineup. They weathered the storm early, they went hard in that last session. And Steve Smith is still there at the close. He's played quite brilliantly. England needed those 2 wickets. Boy, did they need those 2 wickets from Joe Root. It's just given them a sniff at the end of day 1. But make no mistake, having lost the toss, Day one belonged to Australia and their batters. Still Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Hazelwood to come. Steve Smith, 85 not out, 15 away from yet another Test match 100. England not at their best today. A couple of dropped chances, a lot of no balls. Not quite up with their paces, but Joe Root's golden arm got them 2 wickets at the end.
Chris Woakes, substitute fielder. That means that Ollie Pope is not on the field. We hear that he'll be fit to bat because it's an external injury. He'll be able to bat where he wants.
Yep.
If you weren't watching yesterday, he just dived for the ball at backward point. He kind of went to his left but fell awkwardly on his right shoulder. The left shoulder is the one that he's had 2 operations on in the past. But it was actually his right shoulder there. You can see him gripping it as he landed. That has given him problems. We understand it's not so serious to prevent him batting, but clearly doesn't want to be out on the field in case he has to dive for the ball again. It's the perfect game, KP. Don't field, come in and bat.
Yes. It's definitely a good situation, but you want to be fully fit though, right? You want to be not thinking about a shoulder, a back, a hip, a knee, an ankle. Australians have got a really quick seam attack, so you want to have all your wits about you. So we hope that Ollie Pope is recovering and is recovered well overnight. He had a bat this morning with Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable sized divot there taken out by Ollie Robinson, who, if he was on a golf course, would be slammed for his etiquette for not replacing the divot. Lovely, that's good. Very probing, line length, bit of bounce and a bit of nip through to Bairstow.
Waiting.
It was sweetly struck actually by Alex Carey, and Josh Tong did well in the end to stop it. They got a single to complete that first over, 343 for 5.
Yeah, well, a lot of discussion about English seamers' speeds yesterday and where they were at. That last delivery was at 84 mile an hour from Jimmy Anderson. And it was the tall seamers that were out there before play, warming up and getting into the game, and we'll just monitor that throughout the first hour of play. But from what we've seen now in the first over, the signs are better.
Well, I think it's fair enough. Anderson and Broad perhaps not the pick of the bowlers yesterday. Josh Tong certainly the more penetrative of the 4 England seamers, but I think it's fair enough to go with your 2 most established senior bowlers. Everybody's allowed an indifferent day, and just because you've had one indifferent day doesn't mean the next is going to be. So fair enough, I think, to go with Broad and Anderson this morning. Well, he wants to keep it away from there, keep it away from the left-hander's leg stump.
Yeah, early delivery here for Broad, just trying to find his way. I mean, I was no fast bowler. It must be quite difficult just to get going with the sawdust that we do see there, the slipping of the ankles, how much these bowlers do to their bodies on delivery. It is a little bit wet. There was drizzle around this morning. Maybe a couple of minutes we were delayed.
And again, the length was a bit better, but the line still awry. Applause for Australia's 350. There's a good number of Australian cricket fans in, actually, and you can see them. They all tend to stick together, and they're usually dressed in bright yellow. You can't miss them.
It's also the counter-attack that Australia will have. They'll know that England were probably not at their best yesterday, and they'll be thinking about how England are going to come at them today. Australia, they fight fire with fire. And that's what I was talking about. The sawdust there. It can't be easy. No way it can be easy. Slope here at Lord's, sawdust, rain around. I would say that conditions suit the fast bowlers, and they should do, because it is overcast and the wicket isn't as flat as it was in Birmingham. But when there's just that little split second of indecision, I don't think it is as easy as it seems. But having played as much cricket as these guys have played, and the bowlers that they are, they should have seen it all before.
As a shake of a head. There's an excellent delivery from Broad, and Ben Stokes, you can see he's asking on height. He sent it upstairs, but that will be the issue here. Line very good, height let's see.
TV umpire to director, we have a plays review for LBW, original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. We start with the spin vision front on. Doesn't seem like any bat. Can we check with Ultra Edge? Got gap between bat and ball. Through to the pad and ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching outside, impact in line, and it's hitting the stumps, Hassan.
Good review from England. Stokes queried the height. He wanted to know from those around the bat and those square of the wicket on height, but he sent it upstairs quickly. And the replay is suggesting that it would have gone on to hit the top of the stumps. Clipping would have been a problem for England because the on-field call was not out, but it was hitting firmly enough. So Carey, who's looked in good touch on this tour so far, goes for 22. England have their first, Australia 351 for 6. Early strike for England, 15 minutes into play. Stuart Broad, who at the start of this over just struggled with his line, went for consecutive boundaries with tickles to fine leg. When he got one on target, he got in the game. A very good ball to Alex Carey that beat his forward push and hit the back leg, which was bent a little, and that's why the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. It wasn't too high in the end. Mitchell Starc comes in at number 8 for Australia. Standing very deep in his crease. There. Very good strike, first ball. Broad again just straying onto the left-hander's leg stump, and this time Starc eases it through mid-wicket. 355 for 6. Just watching Jimmy Anderson there dive for the ball, and the way that he fell and clutched his right shoulder didn't look good.
Yeah, settle there. Who's that now? I want to see another injury here. It's a hell of a start, that from Mitchell Starc, but good from Broad. Very, very good from Broad. Picking up that early wicket. Starting to get a little bit of momentum back with England, but then it's the counter-attack from Australia. He's a good player, this Mitchell Starc. He won't stand around. He'll certainly have a look at this new ball and give it a smack. Scores all around the wicket.
Jimmy Anderson's got to make the long trek now. He's just sprinted 60 yards, flung himself, hurt himself, and now he's got to come and bowl this third over of the morning. It was the very first game under Stokes and McCullum, wasn't it, that Jack Leach down there did pretty much the same thing and smacked his head on the turf and then missed the game with concussion the rest of the game. Matt Parkinson came in to replace him.
Broad is outstanding in Birmingham. These are the same lines and lengths that he's employing here with this ball. So good around the wicket. Seen that numerous occasions, the left-handed batters. Just attacks the stumps, gets it to nip back onto the stumps. All he needs is the 3 reds, and he got the 3 reds. Did Stuart Broad and Ben Stokes. A great referral. A happy crowd.
Waiting.
Well, the field set to Smith is both attacking and defensive in a way. There's the 3 slips waiting for the edge. Stokes has got a deep backward point and a deep square leg as well. Nice try, Jimmy. So Mitchell Starc is the change for Australia. Obviously gives them something a little different with the ball. That left arm angle and swing if there is there, and probably a half a yard quicker or a yard quicker than Boland as well. But he offers them a bit more batting down the order as well.
And attacking batting, as we saw from that first delivery from Stuart Broad. He's not going to stick around as Mitchell Starc. Tall. A big stride. Steve Smith approaching 100. Travis Head played nicely. Struck it really well. Alex Curry, that's the dismissal that we saw a couple of moments ago by Stuart Broad. England will be looking to bowl Australia for under 400. Yes! Somehow, just somehow, they've got to make sure that they don't leave the stumps, the energy's there. And they get back into this test match. Cummins, Lyon and Hazelwood.
No run.
357 for 6.
Score of 99. Mitchell Starc. 10 50s he's got as well, so he can bat.
One of the great regrets of the late great Shane Warne, wasn't he, that he never managed to get a Test match 100. That 99 at Perth must have been against New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah.
All the achievements, 700, God knows how many wickets, but that last run, that 100th run, just ate away.
It annoyed him, didn't it? Ago was Mitchell Starc's last 50, 27 matches ago.
Job from Mitchell Starc's perspective that there was some inside edge there.
prefer this field now, the square leg back and a backward point back as well. I don't think it's defensive at all right now in the game and where the game stands. Rather give Mitchell a single like that instead of let him just flay it through the boundaries. He's better than a tail ender, of course he is. But this is not negative. This is Ben Stokes understanding that Mitchell Starc likes to hit boundaries. And he may go a little bit harder because of where he bats and how he bats. So I don't mind that at all. It's a horrible number for Australians, isn't it? 87.
Yep. The way that Smith has been playing, he may not be on it for too much longer. He really played at a beautiful tempo yesterday. As you said, Evan, at the start of his innings, he got going quickly. There's a bit of a spurt at the start, but then the rhythm and tempo after that, just beautiful. That's a good one from Broad. It just nipped away up the hill and off the seam. 3:58 for 6. That's why somebody like Broad, bowling as he does, would prefer to come from the back. As the batter is always assuming the ball is going to run back down the hill, so it makes him play at deliveries that are a bit wider. Well, a head-to-head in this instance in England's favour. Diving away to his left in front of Root at first slip, and that head-to-head that we just mentioned has gone a little bit more now in England and Anderson's favour. Australia 7 down.
Brilliant from Bairstow again. He's having a good test match, Johnny Bairstow. Mitchell Starc, well, we knew the way that he was going to play, the way he normally plays. Very good. That's a very, very good catch. The wobble, the Lord's wobble. Good from England this morning. They've got 2 for. Starc goes for 6.
Well, it's been a good opening 25 minutes for England. There've been a wicket apiece for Broad and Anderson. Broad has got rid of Carey. Anderson a moment ago getting rid of Starc. It was a good catch actually by Bairstow, because as it took the edge, it started to go then a little bit more towards Root, And Bairstow had to just kind of go with the movement and go with the swing, and he did well moving to his left. So that brings the hero of Edgbaston to the crease, Australia's captain Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, it brings in Pat Cummins, it does. Wasn't he brilliant last week in Birmingham? Got to start again though, the Australian captain. 250s. Melbourne is best. The MCG. Outstanding. Jimmy Anderson, as you said, Jimmy Anderson to get into the series. Well, he's now into the series. He's got his wicket. Pushing for 2. Wanting 2. Wanting maybe 3 or 4. Ball's doing enough. I thought that was absolutely fantastic from Johnny Bairstow. Look at this. Look at the wobble after he nicks the ball. Look at this. Look at it go. That is a brilliant catch. Excellent.
Good opening half hour for England, 3:59 for 7.
Two wickets in the first half hour for England, much better from them. Good take from Johnny Bairstow. The pitch looks a little bit quicker today. And the sun is out. And it's those two again, Broad and Anderson, as it has been for years. Still some work to be done though. Steve Smith, one of the all-time greats, is 13, unlucky 13 if you're an Australian, away from 100, and Pat Cummins, we know, can bat.
Yeah, good morning, NASA. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good start. Leaked a few runs early, did England. They've struck twice. Alex Carey got a good one from Broad. Back through the gate, caught the top of his back pad, LBW. Pat Cummins is solid in defence. Got a good defensive game. They've got a leg slip there waiting, England. Just for a short ball, they can target that left armpit.
Side edge past that leg slip. Yeah, if anything, that's the area he struggled with, the short ball. England have got their plans spot on this morning, nipping it back into Carey, bowling a length to Stark, and they will target occasionally Cummins' ribs. That's why he's got that chest pad on.
And I think you'll see there as well, Nas, with his footwork there, he's thinking about that fieldsman. He's thinking about the short ball. It's in the back of his mind. Wasn't fully committed onto the front foot. Smith on strike. The field goes out. Deep backward point, deep square. They're happy to give up a single.
Whipped away through mid-wicket. Man on the fence can't catch up with it. He moves into the 90s, Steve Smith.
Yeah, it's a half volley. He's still got to find the middle of the bat and find the gap, and he doesn't miss out on too many of these. One of his great strengths over the years, his ability to whip the ball through that leg side field. He just sits back and waits, wears the bowlers down, he defends the good ones. And when he gets a bad one like that, he generally puts it away. as a result of that trip through mid-wicket, they've changed their field, England. The third slip man has come out into the box there. It's like Harry Brook patrolling the mid-wicket region. 2 balls to go in the over. They'll be desperate to keep Cummins on strike. Yeah, so the field comes up. The 2 deep men, deep square leg and backward point, come in to save one.
No run.
Smith and Anderson just shimming with a. He was going to take a run. Anderson backing off. We want 6 deliveries at Cummins. Anderson will want that to be a dot ball now. This was the shimmy. Anderson backed off. Smith came. It is a dot ball. Cummins will be on strike. 364 for 7. Great to see so much of the Lord's crowd, so many here, decked out in their red gear. Young and old. That's how you can donate. Yeah, they'll have to get one there. It was a good bit of fielding, but then it just slipped out of his hand, and they wanted 6 at Cummins. They're not going to get it. Anderson not happy. Full delivery, squirted away, just hit it into the ground, and it bounced over Crawley, who's tall, and he'll take the boundary. Moves to 95.
I reckon that's surprising for pace, actually. Crawley there. Did he jam this into the wicket? Really flown off. He jams it down. It flies fast. Does him for pace. Smith on to 95.
Tempter from Anderson.
Been very noticeable when they've tried to keep Smith on strike. They've always gone for that wider delivery, knowing that he's going to try and get across and work the ball into the leg side for that easy single or pick up a couple through mid-wicket. I wouldn't be surprised to see the same ball again. If he wants to feel bat on ball, make him feel for it outside the line of his body. They've got 3 slips there waiting, and they're eager to keep Cummins on strike.
Goes through, and that will hurry away. Steve Smith moves to 99. 373 for 7. Stands at the non-strikers end. 31 test match hundreds he has. 1 more run he needs for 32. Already a double hundred on this ground. Out of memory, who would have bowled the best to Smith? Is there any one bowler he struggled with, without looking at the stats or who's got him out the most? Was there anyone he struggled with historically?
Seymour spin, or just anyone?
Anyone.
I would say a left arm off spinner, Jadeja, someone like that maybe. But when you think about that, we're talking about mostly in Indian conditions as well. And all right-handers struggle against Jadeja in India. There are not too many chinks in that armour, are there? I mean, we say it day after day, game after game.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Just going up the slope.
And it always seems to me, whenever he goes at the bat, that an opposition team doesn't really have any idea how he's going to get out. There's no real set plays or set plans. We've seen England be a little bit creative with a leg slip, a leg gully feel to him and Marnus at different times. Actually, I think at the Oval last series might have been the first time he'd been caught there. Stuart Broad set the trap and got him caught at in the leg gully. But it's a technique all of his own, and it's certainly kept the bowlers from all countries guessing.
Driven on the up to Anderson.
Now, you talked about it this morning, didn't you, about the greatness of Steve Smith. It's not that he's dominated one team or one country. He's been able to do it all around the world. Right now he's averaging just a hint over his career average here in England, 60, and that's saying something in these conditions. And you think back to 2019 and how much the ball did in that particular series. The top order found it very tough.
Yeah, run.
So this little game of cat and mouse continues. 2 balls left in the over. Cummins is now on strike, and the field will go out for him. The method behind that is they want to get him up the other end, so they're happy to give up a single late in this over.
Again, just wide of that man at leg slip. 1 delivery left in the over, 1 run needed from Smith to get to 100. The field will come in. A little flirt with it. Clever from Broad. He knew he wanted bat on ball. Luckily for Smith, there was no bat on ball. 376 for 7. That's perfect for Steve Smith and Australia.
They're going to be forced to keep the field up now as well. You can see it's like Ollie Robinson making his way back to deep square. I don't think that'll happen. I think if Stokes sees him, he'll want him up, saving one. Not sure he's seen him yet, but you don't want to give that easy option in there for Smith. Yeah, there he is, spotted him now. He drags him back up to square leg. They'll make him feel for the ball. They'll make him hit this on the offside. He's looking to split the field now, Anderson, covering up that gap where Smith was able to run it off the face down to third man last over.
No! Does get bat on ball, but Broad is tight. Everyone's come in 5 yards.
This is where, as a viewer or a spectator, you'd love to see a heart rate monitor on the batsman. We've all been there. It is only one run, and the difference between 99 and 100 in our game is so dramatic.
He's fidgety most of the time. Oh, that's good as well from Anderson. Smith wants one. Cummins can't come through.
I think he might have been targeting the leg stump there, actually. Having watched Smith's pre-movements, the couple of balls before, hitting a long way across his stumps. Anderson might have been just having a dart at the leg stump. Perfectly executed. The line was just a fraction off. No one likes this, being stuck on 99. You've got to keep a clear mind. Don't premeditate. Be committed to this delivery.
Yes, come on!
Drives it beautifully through the offside. 32nd Test match 100 for Steve Smith, his second at Lord's. We are witnessing greatness in front of our eyes. One of the all-time greats just takes 100 off England.
Yeah, sensational knock. He's looked at absolute ease since the moment he walked to the crease yesterday. Athers said it earlier, his tempo through this innings has been brilliant. Positive early on, got away to a bit of a flying start, then he goes back into his bubble, wears the bowlers down and puts the bad balls away. Test match batting at its best. His 12th 100 against England. His 8th in this country, and in trying conditions yesterday and bowler-friendly conditions again this morning, I'm sure it's been one of his best.
Yep.
And now leg side.
Yeah, we might just see him actually start to put the foot down a little bit now, Stephen Smith. He will show some trust in his partner at the other end, his captain, who is a very capable batsman, as we saw last week in the first Test match. We might just see him go into another gear. Been idling along in sort of third or fourth gear. There's a couple of gears to come in this repertoire for Steve Smith. The sun's out, batting will get easier.
No run.
385 for 7. Change of gloves and a drink and another 100 for Steve Smith. Crosses stumps, the arc of the bat. That's what I noticed with him. He has a strong bottom hand grip, but the arc of that bat comes down perfectly. Beaming smile, why wouldn't you?
Yes, 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 yes.
How did you explain it? You talked about the plane of the bat, or the arc of the bat. Have a look at his extension in his bottom elbow here, his bottom arm. Look how straight it is when he gets into impact. Look how he straightens it out and pushes it through right at the end. Almost tucks his elbow back into his side and then fully extends his arm and almost the palm of his hand through where he wants the ball to go. And when you see him miss hit one, that's the thing that he practices. He practices the bottom hand comes off the bat, and you see him push that arm and that elbow into full extension and push his palm in the direction he wants the ball to go.
Yep. There was a small hint last summer, the Australian summer, that he started to talk about his future and how long he's going to carry on for. He's 34. Doesn't look like his powers are waning. Why wouldn't he just carry on for as long as possible? He looks like someone who just loves the game. What else is he going to do? He goes to bed with his bat.
Yeah, I've not quite understood why he hasn't sort of talked about it. He just doesn't sort of want to put any sort of finish date on it. He doesn't. I don't think he looks too far ahead, to be honest. He's so involved in the moment. I think that's what's made him one of the all-time greats. It's just all about, you know, about the next ball first, but then the next day and then the next game, and doesn't get too far ahead of himself.
Will go away for 4. England have taken a couple of wickets here, but they've also leaked a lot of runs. And Australia are marching towards 400 plus.
Yeah, a lot of those boundaries or runs that you've leaked, Nas, have gone down to that third man region as well. That man at backward point, he's not really a catcher. With his total sort of getting up towards 400, maybe England could think about that guy pushing back.
Still doing it this pitch, which is a concern for England. Cummins won't mind seeing that delivery at all.
Yeah, and that's up the slope as well. For the viewers at home, this wicket on the screen does have quite a dramatic slope. A little bit unsettling when you haven't played here. And you take your batting stance and you feel like you're just a little bit off kilter. Same when you're standing in the slips actually as well, with the ground sloping the way that it does.
Driven, well fielded. Stokes at extra cover, saves the boundary. 391 for 7. All action cricket, 2 wickets for England, the run rate 5.20 and 100 for Steve Smith. And the next game at Headingley will be his 100th test as well. That will be an occasion for him, going back to Headingley with everything that happened there last time round. And for Josh Tongue, maybe he can go at Pat Cummins. I've been a bit friendly with Pat Cummins so far, not too many short balls, if any.
Yeah, I thought he was good yesterday. Good pace. He sort of averaged around that 86 miles an hour. Got good shape. He's got a slightly unusual action, especially for the right-handers. You feel like the ball's being angled back into you, but he has the ability to take it away both in the air and off the seam. These are the 2 wickets. Khawaja got a good one actually down the slope. Seam back in, flick the top of the stumps. First Ashes wicket, and that was a better one. Tried one a couple of balls before that beat everyone. Just went over the top of middle and leg stump. He got it a fraction fuller through the gate of Warner. Talk about these sort of front-on, open-chested bowlers, and as a right-hand batsman, you feel that the ball is going to be pushing back into you. He's quite wide on the crease. Feels like the angle's coming back in, and like some bowlers of the past, like a Courtney Walsh type, he's just got the ability to... Actually, he can swing it away. Walsh was more of a seam bowler. This is what I'm talking about. He's a bit of an angle to his run-up. Comes in, he's quite wide on the crease, but look how open-chested he is when he bowls. Very open. Across the perpendicular with that bowling arm so that you feel like the ball's coming back in. Unusual action, but very effective.
You know Davey Warner quite well. How do you feel he'd be going with that crossword up on the balcony?
Yeah, I was trying to get a close-up to see if it was a kid's one or not, actually, but it looked like it is. It's the Sun and crossword.
Alex Carey having a look there. Can I help?
Yeah, I think Kez will be doing most of that. I think Davey, hand the pen over.
He's got one.
No runs.
Strong through the offside. And they bowl very full at him. It's what England have been doing of late, that risk reward. It's been chanceless really. He had that DRS overturned, but it's been a chanceless knock in difficult conditions.
Right.
Again, that shot, the full drive. Well fielded, Stuart Broad. Saved 3 runs. England's ground fielding's been good. 392 for 7. .92 for 7. So after the 2 wickets, Australia a partnership of 34 in good time between Smith and Cummins. Double change. Going to be Ollie Robinson from the pavilion end.
No run.
Just a bit of news from the England dressing room that Ollie Pope's shoulder's still sore. That's why he's not on the field. But he's hoping to bat in his normal place on the card, which is number 3. Whoever that might be.
Dante! Free ticket, come on, free ticket!
His former teammate of mine and ex-Australian coach Justin Langer has been here on official MCC Cricket Committee duties. Another man on that committee, Kumar Sangakkara. Is he back with us next week? Is he back in the box next week?
I think he is.
Good cricket. Drop and run. Soft hands from Smith. Good response from his partner.
Strauss just does Lords. That's all he does. He just pops in for Lords. Pops in from Henley for a week at Lords.
Has to be on the money, doesn't he, here? Ollie Robinson, look at yesterday. He's just lacking that little bit of penetration. There's been a lot of talk about his pace being a little bit down. In fact, year on year and series on series, it looks like he's just dropping a mile or two an hour every series that he plays. So therefore, he can't afford to give anything loose. He's got to try and build some pressure. He went for over 4 runs and over yesterday. England have leaked some runs this morning. Important that he keeps one end really dry.
No! An hour done. It's been an eventful hour. 393 for 7 drinks.
393 for 7 hours played. Complete time for the umpires and players to take drinks. A reminder, a wide range of food and drink outlets available for you around the ground to suit all tastes throughout the day. A food map available on the Lords app. You can also find maps at all of the outlets around the ground. Also to remind you, there are a whole host of water fountains around the outer perimeter of the ground, enabling you to stay hydrated, to refill your own bottles at various times throughout the day. Those standing behind the mound at the main grandstand. Reminding you to double up on your Ashes summer as England will take on Australia here at Lords on Saturday the 8th of July as part of their match at the Metro Bank Ashes series, which continues this weekend. Tickets available on the Lords website starting at £15 for adults and £5 for under 16s. As we continue to raise awareness and funds for the Rohit Sharma Foundation, if you have not yet done your part, you can by texting the word 20 to 70600 and donate £20 to the foundation, or look around the ground for our volunteers who continue to sell red roses, hats, caps, bandanas and bracelets, as well as bucket hats, of course, being very, very popular in 2023. So look out for our volunteers around the ground and go red, and so many other spectators here at Lords throughout the day.
Australia 393 for 7. Drinks on day 2 in the first session, and it's been an exciting, really, first session of play here on day 2. We've seen some wickets. Firstly, Alex Carey given not out, on review given out, incorrectly given out. Ball clipping the top of leg stump, and then Mitchell Starc giving Jimmy Anderson his first wicket. At that stage, Australia lost 2 for 20, and thought they might be a chance of bowling Australia out, but then Steve Smith brings up his second Lord's 100, his 32nd Test match 100 for Australia, the quickest man to 32 Test match 100s. Past Ricky Ponting today, 174 innings compared to 176, so a great moment for former Australian captain who loves batting here. So there it is, 393 for 7. But the day started with a bit of emotion. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I got Andrew Strauss alongside me. A big day for you and the foundation, Andrew.
Yeah, good morning, Tubby. Good morning, everyone. A very special day for the Ruud Strauss Foundation. Obviously, amazing to see the ground turning red. So many people supporting our cause, wanting to play a part in the day, and it just adds something different, doesn't it, to the day, and of course for the foundation as a way of raising awareness and funds for us as we try and help families going through grief.
Edge, got a good catch too. Duck it in the gully, that's a good catch. That went quickly to his left and he was on it. Tongue's got Smith.
Yeah, a massive wicket for England, just what they needed. Steve Smith was looking unbelievably comfortable at the crease. He looked like he had England in the palm of his hands, but now he is gone and has taken Josh Tongue again. A little bit more pace, a little bit of movement down the slope, and an excellent catch by Ben Duckett. That has gone very quick to him. Safe hands, and the relief on England's face, much needed. A brilliant innings once again by Steve Smith. His 32nd Test century, but he's now out for 110, and Australia 393 for 8.
As always with Steve Smith, some disappointment, but another superb innings. You can see he just loves batting. He wanted more. Good bowling change, Tongue a little bit quicker, as I say, Andrew. Just moving the ball down the hill. And that was a really good catch. It made it look pretty easy, actually, Ben Duckett. That went very quickly to his left, and he took it comfortably.
Yeah, just look at the disappointment on Steve Smith's face right there. That was a man who was not content with 110.